haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
To introduce ourselves, my name is Henrik Sobuchinju. I shall be your moderator for the day, and this is how I want us to introduce ourselves. If you are a journalist, you may want to tell us any story on smart agriculture you covered last. So, Carol, nisaidie kwa hiyo meza. Your name, where you come from, and if you're a journalist, the story you covered last. Asante.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ronald Diana. I am a farmer, proudly so. I wish I was a journalist, but I work with Tomorrow Now. Thank you. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
My name is Kenneth Chepkwony, also from Tomorrow Now. I'm a regional program coordinator. So at Tomorrow Now, we provide weather and climate data to organizations that are working with farmers, helping farmers to make better decisions on the farm.
Good stuff. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, sir.
My name is Dr. Hilda Manzi, an agriculture data scientist at Tomorrow Now. Thank you so much. Looking forward to today's discussion.
Karibu daktari.
Good morning. My name is Brian, Kenya Editors Guild intern. Thank you.
Karibu Brian.
Good morning. My name is Dorcas Mule from Kenya Meteorological Services Authority. I'm a meteorologist in Agromet section.
Very difficult terms, Asante, karibu.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning too.
Carolina Mukono, a meteorologist, Assistant Director Meteorological Services at Kenya Met Services.
Asante, karibu sana.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Yvonne Carrera, science journalist at Willow Health Media. I'm following a story on vertical lakes. There's a person in Kajiado who's doing fishing, but on like vertical lakes. Staircase, but it's
Lake kwa staircase. Interesting.
Sure. Yeah.
Wow. Asante.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Agnes Aleo Ala. I work for KCB Bank, and I am here to show you how you will get money to make that vertical lake.
Pesa. Asante. Pesa. Makofi kwa watu wa pesa.
Good morning. I am Nelly Mura. I am an independent editor. I can say I'm an independent creator. I blog on issues climate, and I'm currently looking at the supply chain and how it relates to smart smart agriculture, in the sense that people have come up with apps that help consumer households order produce from the farms to their homes, and also they receive advice on buying the crops seasonally and the prices at various markets. Thank you.
Interesting. Unaweza order managu kutoka kwa app. Asante. Karibu.
Good morning. My name is Kemfri Kiberenge. I am a council member with the Kenya Editors Guild, representing online media. I also work for Nation Media Group as an editor.
Good morning, everyone. Waswa Rose Maloti is my name. I work at Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development. Or just say mapping. Thank you. We work with satellite images to be able to give advisories in different thematic areas: agriculture, food security, weather and hydroclimatic disasters, natural resources, you name it. Thank you.
Asante, karibu Waswa.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victoria Masaya, a freelance journalist with Africa Solutions Media Hub. The story,
Yes.
I'm working on a story. It involves a woman who's come up with ways to make fish feeds using organic. Yeah, anyway, I'm following up on the story. Yes.
Usituambie
She's in
vile.
Kiambu.
Okay. Asante.
Good morning.
Morning too.
This is Jeremy Kijano, a reporter with Ghetto Radio, and the story that I did latest, it's the way Gen Z in Kibera are embracing agriculture through biotechnology.
Gen Z's. Asante, Jeremy.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Koi Kariuki. I work at Ipsos as a senior research manager, but also as a client partner. But my role today is really to represent what we're calling the top 100 most loved brands by women in Kenya, where we seek to understand the role women in Kenya play. And I'll be giving you a snippet as to how whatever we're doing in terms of agriculture, climate smart agriculture, how it impacts their lives. So, yeah, thank you.
Asante sana.
Good morning. My name is Joan.
We can give Joan a better good morning. Joan, jaribu tena.
Good morning. My name is Joan Kuchio from Kenya Editors Guild.
Good morning. Good morning, good people. My name is Andy Kagwa, Kenya Editors Guild Council member in charge of print and chair of the strategy committee. Thank you.
Karibu, Andy.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning to you.
My name is Dr. Anna Indeche. I am from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. I'm a lecturer and researcher in the Department of Horticulture and Food Security. Happy to be here.
Asante.
Good morning.
Good morning too.
My name is Phyllis Nyambura. I'm a member of KEG and also an independent editor and PR and media consultant. Thank you.
Karibu, Phyllis.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Lavender Brike, founder, CEO of Climate 360. We build adaptation solutions and look at ways that farmers can access financial services like insurance and linked to loans at times. So happy to see KCB here. I'm also the voice of AI in Africa, so we're looking at ways that artificial intelligence can be used to improve on our food systems.
Asante.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning too.
My name is Peter Juma, President, CEO of Kickstart International. Kickstart is a non-profit social enterprise, and our mission help smallholder farmers make a lot of more money, climb out of poverty, and adapt to climate change. We do our work across 17 countries in sub-Saharan Africa, develop affordable, easy-to-use irrigation pumps, which are used by smallholder farmers across the subcontinent, targeting farmers with very low income, growing high-value crops or between 1 to 2 acres of land.
Okay.
Pleasure meeting you guys and looking forward for fruitful discussion.
Thank you, and I'm really hoping that the journalists in the room are already making contacts, or rather taking contacts from the Nini. So let's keep this table for a moment. Carol, let's come here.
Good morning. Ayoki Onyango is my name. I'm a science writer for Standard newspaper. All the workshops of KEG I've attended, I've written story about them. My latest story was on agribusiness, women in agribusiness, organized and sponsored by ICRAF. So if you go to Standard website, you will see all my stories on health, agriculture, climate change, and all over. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ken Bosire. I'm a member of the Kenya Editors Guild and a trainer and a consultant.
Karibu, Ken.
Hamjambo.
Atijambo.
Wazima.
Wazima sana.
Kwa sababu hakuna mtu amezungumza kwa Kiswahili na ni lugha ya taifa, mtaniruhusu nizungumze kwa Kiswahili. Kwa majina najulikana kama Zainab Wandati. Mimi ni mwanahabari, mwanachama wa kikundi hiki cha KEG, chama hiki cha KEG, na mimi pia ni mhariri katika kampuni ya Nation Media.
Karibu sana Zainab. Asante.
Good morning. My name is Emily Kaiga. I lead programs at Kenya Editors Guild. This event is organized by me, and I'm really, really excited by the people we have in the room. Thank you all for being here today.
Asante. The Gen Zs that are introducing themselves, watuambie kama pia wanafanya ukulima ama wanafuga kuku. Karibu.
Good morning.
Morning too.
I'm Wadi and Joy from Kenya Editors and intern.
Yes.
A student at Chiko University.
Unafuga kuku? Asante.
Good morning.
Morning too.
I'm Joanne Musioka, a student from Kenya Institute of Mass Communication, taking journalism podcast. I'm an intern from KEG. Thank you.
Asante.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning too.
My name is Wendy Nagudi from the Kenya Editors Guild Secretariat. I lead communication. Thank you.
Asante. Yule ambaye alikuwa anapitisha kipaza sauti ama patia Ani. Ani hatumjui.
Good morning.
Morning to
My name is Annie from Kenya Editors Guild, the membership service coordinator. Thank you for coming.
Asante. Lastly, Adala.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning too.
My name is Caroline Adala. I am in admin, Kenya Editors Guild.
Asante sana Adala, not Abdallah, sindio? Adala. Good. At this point, perhaps let me introduce CEO of Kenya Editors Guild to tell us nani amekaa na yeye kwa meza yake. Madam CEO, introduce the people on your table.
Thanks, Obuchunju. Morning, everyone. Good morning. You know, we are here to discuss resilient harvest. And one of the products of resilient harvest is food. So you should say good morning like you've had some breakfast. Ama? Yeah, so good morning once again. That's better. So happy to have you here. Glad to have this press club today. On this table, Obuchunju says I should introduce them, but I want, like we've had the voices of everyone in the room, I would like everyone to introduce themselves. I'll start with myself. My name is Linda Batch, your host today, CEO Kenya Editors Guild, and just glad to have this conversation. We speak between the experts and media. We get to the bottom of food security. As I'm saying, we all rely on food, so we now need to get to hear from experts what we are not doing right and what we are already doing right. So looking forward to a very vibrant conversation, and the journalists in the room, I'm sure by the end of today, you'll have great stories. I already love what Yvonne is doing with fishing in the skies. That really, that really sounds interesting. So over to my colleagues on this table. Let me start with Tarus. Okay.
Okay, good morning. My name is Dr. David Tarus from African Agricultural Technology Foundation, AATF. AATF is an organization that works with governments to deliver modern agricultural technology using modern breeding tools. I think that is it for now. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Davis Muthini from AGRA, working as a country director. I'm happy to be here. AGRA works with governments and other partners, private sector, other non-state actors, to transform agriculture from the solitary struggle that we see our farmers go through to thriving, successful, profitable ventures and livelihoods. Asante sana.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Paul Morage, a climate scientist working in the Kenya Meteorological Service Authority, formerly Kenya Meteorological Department, to be discussing about that one. I'm very much proud. Allow me, first of all, not to forget to salute my lecturer. I'm also a student at JKUAT. So when you are standing in front of your lecturer, you have also to I'm also representing, I'm the Assistant Director in charge of Education and Training. I'm representing the Director General of the Kenya Meteorological Service Authority, who is attending the WMO Executive Council in Geneva. For those wondering where they have been seeing me a lot, I'm also the Climate Information Service expert at Shaba Shape-Up. So one of the few things is that this Pomorage will be discussing more. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Agnes Mwangangi. I work for the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, which I usually refer to as Baba na Mama, which I believe it is. I am also a KEG member, council member for that matter, representing radio. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Asante, tupigie baba na mama makofi. Agi has always insisted on that. Please remember, the conversation is being streamed online on our Facebook and YouTube channels, Kenya Editors Guild. Perhaps Wendy utaniambia yule ambaye atatufollow immediately, kuna bahasha yake kwa Madam CEO ambayo tutampatia. And remember, we are also tweeting, or is it nowadays, is it tweeting or Xting? Under the hashtag Resilient Harvests. Resilient Harvests. So I'm giving us 1 minute. The person to tweet first under that hashtag, niko na bahasha yako unione. So 1 minute, let's tweet Resilient Harvests. Wendy, keep checking who tweets first. Anauliza bahasha iko na nini? The hashtag is Resilient Matters. The first person to tweet ni nani? Tag Kenya Editors Guild, tag all the partners that you know here. Resilient Matters. Sindio, Wendy? Yes. The first person to tweet? Isikwe Kiberenge. Kiberenge ako disqualified. Who's the first person? 30 seconds to go. To tweet. Tweet. Resilient Harvest. Sindio, Wendy? Yes. Say that again, Wendy.
We are tweeting under the hashtag Resilient Harvest. Spelling iko hapo karibu kwa screen. Okay, I can spell it out. RESILIENT. Harvest. Hashtag Resilient Harvest.
Yes. Bado, sindio? Not yet. Who has tweeted? Karon Weman nani? Ken, you've managed? Okay. Asante. Tupigie Agnes makofi to come and tell us why we are here. Agnes, karibu, uwanja ni wako. Na kipaza sauti vile vile.
I stand here this morning to represent the president of the Kenya Editors Guild, that is Zubeida Kananu, who is attending another equally important event in this town, and she sends her very warm greetings to all of you. Okay. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our distinguished speakers, representatives from government, development partners, research institutions, the private sector, members of the media, research institutions, invited guests, and fellow members of the Kenya Editors Guild. It is my pleasure to welcome you to today's press club discussion on resilient harvests. This is building climate-smart agriculture for Kenya's future. Thank you for taking the time to join us for what is both a timely and necessary conversation. Across Kenya, climate change is no longer a future threat. It is our present reality. In recent years, we have witnessed devastating floods that have washed away homes, crops, roads, and livelihoods. We have also endured prolonged droughts that have left millions of Kenyans food insecure, decimated livestock herds, and placed enormous strain on farming communities, particularly in our arid and semi-arid counties. These climate shocks are becoming more frequent and more severe. They are affecting not only farmers, but our entire economy. They influence food prices in our markets, our household incomes, nutrition incomes, water security, and ultimately, the well-being of millions of Kenyans. At the center of this challenge lies a critical question. Are we able to build food systems that can withstand climate shocks and still continue feeding a growing population? Fortunately, we have a reason to be optimistic. Across the country, we are seeing innovative and practical solutions emerge. Farmers are adopting climate-smart agricultural practices. Researchers are developing resilient crop varieties. Counties are investing in adaptation planning, and technology companies are providing weather intelligence and digital advisory services. Development partners have not been left behind, together with the private sector, as they are supporting resilience-building initiatives at scale. The challenge before us, therefore, is not a lack of solution. It is how to accelerate adoption, how to strengthen coordination, how to mobilize investment, and ultimately ensure that successful approaches reach the communities that need them most. This is where the media comes in. And looking at it as a unique and indispensable, it has a unique and indispensable role. And as conveners, I beg your pardon, as journalists and editors, we are not merely observers of climate change. We break down complex scientific information. We are storytellers who bring human experiences to life. We are watchdogs who hold institutions to account. Better still, we are conveners who help shape public understanding and national conversations. The stories we choose to tell matter. Climate reporting must move beyond documenting disasters alone. While it is important to report on droughts, on floods, and crop failures, it is equally important to highlight solutions, innovations, and policies, as well as community-led responses that are helping people adapt and thrive. Our audiences need to understand not only what is going wrong, but also what is working. That is why today's press club is so important. It brings together scientists, policymakers, practitioners, innovators, development partners, and journalists to engage in evidence-based dialogue on climate resilience and food systems transformation. It offers an opportunity for the media to deepen its understanding of the issues, access credible data, and expert voices, which we have in the room, and identity-compelling stories that can inform and inspire action. The Kenya Editors Guild remains committed to strengthening public interest journalism and supporting reporting that contributes to informed decision-making and sustainable ingredients development. We believe that quality journalism is an essential ingredient in building a more resilient and climate-secure future. I want to encourage all the participants today to engage actively, ask the difficult questions, challenge assumptions, and explore new perspectives. Let us use this platform to build strong connections between science, policy, innovation, and storytelling. Most importantly, let us live here with a renewed commitment to ensuring that climate and food systems reporting remains accurate, it is data-driven, it is solution-oriented, and centered on the experiences of the people that are most affected. On behalf of the Kenya Editors Guild, I thank all our partners, our speakers, and participants for making this convening possible. I wish you a fruitful deliberation and meaningful engagements throughout this morning. I thank you.
A clap for Agnes Mwangangi, who is the council member, radio. Remember, we had an assignment. Wendy, who is the first person to tweet?
The first person to tweet was Lavenda Birike.
Who is Lavenda? Oh, chukua kuna dollars zako, almost $100. Mpatie Wendy, ziko pale. Hapa tunasema na tunatenda, ndio serikali.
Avisa.
Asante.
Shika.
A clap for Davis Mudhiri as he comes to speak to us. Davis, the floor is yours.
Good morning. When the CEO said that this is a food convening, and that there is food outside, or there was food, it was not very resilient because it ended very quickly. I'm just bringing that up for us to think about what resilient is, because it's easy for us to say resilience or resilient and forget to think about really what it means. And I think we need to think about sustainability also in that line. So my name is Davis Muthini. I'm the Agra Country Director in Kenya. Chairperson or CEO, members of the Kenya Editors Guild, distinguished guests, partners and friends in the media, good morning. How are you this morning? Do I have your attention? You know, these days with your phones and laptops, I hope you are just tweeting what I'm saying. MC, make sure they are just tweeting what I'm saying.
As long as wongeze madollars, we shall keep tweeting.
Hey, that request has a lot of conditions, but we shall. So it is an honor for me to be here today. And the theme that we have this year, Resilient Harvests, could not be more urgent, especially for us at Agra, and especially for us as a country in Kenya. This is very timely. So I will first introduce Agra. We are Pan-African institutions. We work with governments, private sector, we work with researchers, and farmers themselves to transform inclusively Africa's agri-food systems, because we want our farmers to prosper. This year, in Agra, we turned 20. So we are still Gen Z, right? We turned 20 this year. And for that, the last 2 decades, we have been working with farmers alongside them and with communities that depend on these farmers across the continent. We work in 15 countries, physical presence in 12 countries across West Africa, East Africa, and Southern Africa. And we are headquartered here in Kenya. So for 20 years, actually long enough for us to have some important lessons that we can share with us today. And one of the most important that we have learned is that when farmers prosper, then Africa prospers. It is not just a slogan, it is the idea behind what we are discussing and what I will say this morning. So how we understand the problems that we are trying to address determines on how we solve them and the ideas that we have around how we solve these challenges. So this is how Agra sees it. It is like a 3-legged stool. The seat of that stool is the farmer prosperity. The prosperity needs to be predictable. It needs to be a dignified income for the people who grow our food. And the stool, with only 1 or 2 legs, cannot hold the weight of the farmer. You need all the 3 or 4, depending on the community you come from and how you make your stools. The first leg of that stool is the guaranteed livelihood. Prosperity is not just a good harvest in one good season. It is predictable across the whole value chain for producers, processors, transporters, traders, and our young agripreneurs who are doing fishing on staircases. They all deserve that prosperity that we are talking about. So the food system, when it delivers good returns and reliable returns, then communities are able to stabilize, and we can actually reduce the migration to cities, and the economies will grow from the ground up, as we call it in Kenya, bottom up. I didn't say that, don't quote me. The second leg of the stool is agricultural intelligence. The future of our African farming must be built on evidence and data that is locally generated, that is tested in the field, but that is adapted to our conditions, our soils, and our seasons. We spend about $2 billion every year on agricultural research in the continent. So the gap mostly is not on the knowledge generation, but the conversion, that is turning that science into something that a farmer in Kitui or Kakamega can actually use on their farm. And that conversation is what we have in Agra, focusing on in Agra. For over 20 years, we've built a strong network of more than 70,000 field partners. And their entire job is actually to translate knowledge and science to a language that farmers can understand, or as we call it, the last mile delivery. The third leg of that stool is the investment. So for long, we see agriculture as a subsidy kind of sector. And every time, my friends, we publish the picture of a farmer, it is someone that is bent over, struggling in the farm somewhere. We don't paint the picture of prosperity. So we see investment frontier as an issue of repricing the risk and structuring capital intelligently. Agriculture delivers bankable returns at scale, and to date for Agra, we have mobilized more than $1.4 billion in new capital for national flagship programs, and over $660 million in support of small and medium agribusinesses. Now, every major economy that has lifted its people from poverty did it by transforming agriculture first. China lifted close to 1 billion people out of poverty. Vietnam became a $62 billion economy, and Brazil turned a savanna called Cerrado into a breadbasket. None of them skipped this step, and we don't have an option. We cannot skip it. Now, this brings me to Kenya and the theme that we have today. Climate reality. You know, we always say climate change as though it is a future occurrence. I think the climate has already changed, right? It's changed. It's changed. It's not a future occurrence. It is not a forecast. It is here with us. We see longer droughts. We see floods that wash away our season's work in a single night. The rains are no longer predictable. This year, I think the rain started in February, when we don't experience that normally in the rest of the country. Farmers did not know whether to plant or whether to wait for the normal seasons. So, what does building climate-smart agriculture really look like on the ground? Let me paint a picture for you from one of our programs. In the arid and semi-arid lands of eastern Kenya, we run a project called STRUCK, Strengthening Our Regenerative Agriculture in Kenya, with funding support from IKEA Foundation, and delivering with the Ministry of Agriculture, county governments, Cereal Growers Association, Farm Africa, ICRAF, and so on. That list shows you that no institution can deliver this alone. STRUCK has delivered across 4 counties, Embu, Makueni, Tharaka Nithi, and Kitui, some of the toughest farming environments we know in this country. And the approach has been simple and local. Regenerative practices that farmers can adopt with what they have. Mulching, for example, using the local resources. Microdosing of fertilizer, manure, composting, agroforestry. These practices restore the soils, they don't mine it. The results are not projections, they are with us today. In Tharaka Nithi, farmers who combined manure, mulching, microdosing nearly tripled their sorghum yields. More than 50,000 farmers have been directly supported. In the survey that we did in our learning process for the program, we discovered that over 90% of farmers took up regenerative practices, carried from farmer to farmer by local champions called village-based advisors, who are young people. The last point matters on how we write regenerative agriculture into development and climate plans of our governments, because this is what outlives the program, and this is what sustainability for these programs are. Now, allow me to connect this back to my stool. When the farmer in Kitui triples their sorghum yield and restores the soil for future generations, she's not just feeding her family, she's producing surplus to sell to the market. This surplus creates work and employment for the trader, a demand for the processor, a reason for the bank, KCB, and the others that are in the room, to lend, and a market for the young agripreneur. Climate-smart agriculture, if done right, is not a cost we absorb. It is a return that we unlock for the household first, then the country, and the national economy. That is how farmer prosperity becomes a national prosperity. And this is where you come in. The stories that we select to amplify, and the science that we translate for farmers and the general population, the innovations that we spotlight, and the accountability that we demand from leadership will help us decide how fast this will happen. Resilience will not come to us by chance. We have to be intentional. We have to be deliberate through evidence, through partnership, and through our people, our communities, and our farmers. At AGRA, we've spent 2 decades doing this work, and we intend to spend the next 2 decades doing it alongside you. Thank you, and welcome.
Asante sana kiongozi. Wonderful insights there, that resilience is not a power of an individual, but all of us working together. Next on stage should be Mr. Paul Murage, who has a presentation. Tafadhali IT or ICT rather, tusaidiane as Mr. Paul makes his way to the stage. Tupigie Paul makofi akisimama. Asante.
So, thank you very much. As you are loading, allow me first of all, the sentiment that has come from Madam Agnes, and also you are based by Mudidi here, my brother, is that climate change, like you have talked about, is real, and I will show evidence. So we have a presentation which we'll share, right? But I want to thank my good, those who have come in. I'm joined by the agrometeorological team in Kenya Meteorological Service, and I want now maybe to confirm to you. I know, Agnes, you mentioned that you are going to, she was reading the news that she was surprised. That is Kenya Meteorological Service Authority, not Kenya Meteorological Department. So on 27th of March, the government of Kenya assented to the Meteorological Act 2026. We will be sharing, establishing the Kenya Meteorological Service Authority with the mandate of, first of all, providing weather and climate information, but 2, you are aware that for a long time the climate information space in Kenya has not had the regulator. So our DG cannot join us, our also the director. So we have the Kenya Meteorological Service Authority and Meteorological Training and Research Directorate. So if you are loading the presentation, we like, because of finding time. But as we are saying that, as the Kenya, when I got the invitation, because through, and then the nomination by the director, it came at the best time. And we had a discussion with the CEO in the morning, that the Meteorological Training and Research Directorate has identified capacity gaps within the whole value chain. At the highest part, it is the private sector. And I want to talk to Mr. Mudidi. That Hello Tractor, I am very much pleased with the Gates Foundation who have funded this one. The last month, the Gates Foundation, through the MASECOP AgriFin project, funded the development, validation, launch, curriculum for the private sector, This was after a request that was made by Hello Tractor, and I want first of all to use the Hello Tractor. For March, April, May, rains, they came early. They were not unable to deploy the activities. Then we have Coamana and the Apollo offering weather-based insurance and agricultural loans. We have gotten the feedback that the meteorological service, our forecast is now at 95 kilometers. But I want to tell you that now, also confirmed that Kenya is prone to climatic challenges, including now the adverse climate variabilities. Then we have monitoring and prediction. The Meteorological Act 2026 stipulates that we also have indigenous weather techniques. Kenya Meteorological Service started its work in 1881 in Port City in Mombasa. Communities were still they were adapting. So that there is the indigenous traditional knowledge. So one of the few things, these are the guiding discussions. I thank you very much, Emily, that the discussions that I wanted first of all to look at the mandate of the Kenya Meteorological Department. What are the services that we are offering? Maybe you can go next, because now, because of time, we'll share this presentation. Next slide, please. We'll share this presentation. We are now, you get someone say that we are KMSA, so you also assist us whether you should call ourselves KEMSA, because it's Kenya, we won't need a name. And CEO allowed me that I'm not comfortable so much, I don't know whether you have a meeting, with the word cake. You know, so I also think some of these things, a name talks a lot. I'm just talking about, because when I told people that I'm coming to a keg meeting, some people ask me, "Hi, Paul, it's a weekday on a light touch." So we have a transition team which is in Mombasa, looking at what way the name Kenya Meteorological, how can people, they are so used to KMD. So we are housed under Gureti Corner. We can go next. We have the Meteorological Training and Research Directorate. Those who are not aware that Kenya, we are very much blessed. We host the World Meteorological Organization or Regional Training Center in charge of Kenya and the other African-speaking countries. And this is where we have noted the curriculum review is guided by WMO, but we have also looked at the market demand. The role of extension services. I am the one in charge of education and training. And for the last 2 years, we have looked at the whole space of the value chain of climate information service. There is a big gap. Last week, I thank Madam Agnes. I was at KBC. Now, officially from the Director Kenya Met Service, all indicators at the moment, they are showing that the country will experience El Niño rains. To the extent, the signals, now this is official, the signals indicated might be worse. The amount might be more than 1997 El Niño. Those who, we can picture what happened. The question, and we discussed the CEO, and I now want to challenge, sign up, thanks a lot, we have like them. Many a times, I'm also a media person. Look at all of you, even Agnes, I've seen how you have looked when I talked about this worse than 1997. There is no one thinking about the opportunities that come with an enhanced rainfall. October, November, December are the most reliable rains in northern Kenya and the lower eastern. We will have pasture regeneration. We will have recharge of aquifers. The conflict we are seeing of people from Kamo trading from Kitui and whatever, they have been out there. But how many people are looking at the opportunities is only the media. And I'm very much happy that a lady talked about the gender perspective, because I'll be talking about it. Because the bulk of farming is done by women physically. But what are the causal factors that are making women more vulnerable? So we have already drafted a concept, a 5-day module for the CIS, for the media, how to come again. I will be bringing Kenya and Equinite, because we have looked, how do we package this one? For the editors, because now I'm in the KEG meeting, I want to challenge all the media houses. What goes on air is determined by the editor. There are no journalists can come with the stories. How come in sub-Saharan Africa, Kenya should be specific, the weather forecasts usually come, yeah? When it's in the active phase, we have lost our life, yeah? But other media houses, other countries, we are always seeing weather update. Right now, the day we issued the forecast, no one is talking about it. We are a very reactive nation. In 1997, I was just two years old at Kenya Meteorological Department as a student. The whole of Upper Hill in Nairobi is now tarmacked, yeah? We have seasonal rivers in Nairobi. I call it Uhuru Highway River. They have a catchment from State House going to Nairobi Hospital all the way to Upper Hill. They converge, all the water converge where? At Uhuru Highway. So we just had 20 millimeters of rainfall last season. One season. We lost lives in Nairobi. We are talking now allowed 3 months of continuous rainfall. Now, leave that sector. Let's go to a farmer, because we have the agricultural risk. So I am very much looking forward at how we'll package this particular information for the coming season, and we see a mindset that people will see the opportunities. So, due to climate change and variability, and my predecessor has talked about it, there is a demand for location and specific weather or climate information. These days, we don't talk about above normal or below normal. Kenyans and stakeholders want to get the threshold. You are expecting 300 to 400 millimeters of rainfall. There is the agricultural expert who say, based on the forecast that you are being given, this is the variety and the type of crop we are supposed to do that. We have Kenya Red Cross, we have the National Disaster Operations Center. These are the counties of Murang'a which we might get landslide. We are very much disappointed that the meteorological forecast is now like being used like a post-mortem report. Oh, meteorological department, they had talked about it. But if you are given 2 months for preparing the country, and you are just seated there, then they will get us. Because we are now there, we have given the forecast, and we'll be giving the update. So there is a demand for location specific. In 2012, we decentralized our services, establishing 47 county meteorological offices, with the mandate of domesticating the national forecast to the county forecast. So let's go next. So I like now, allow me, I just use this one. What are the characteristics of a good forecast? For one, let us ask us, what is a forecast? Simply, a statement about the future based on information you have now. So if I give you a forecast for the next 2 months, like the way those who play that, the longer you are, the farther you are from the dartboard, the less accurate. So the forecast we are given. But each Monday, and this is why we issue a weekly forecast. And this is where we are, look, how do we package this one? If the crops at a vegetative stage, and we tell you Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, consecutive dry days, this is the time now to do value addition by the Minister of Agriculture at both levels to say you can do top dressing. You can do harvesting of silage. So the citizens are now, we have now moved to impacts-based forecasting. The characteristics of a good forecast is must be reliable. Reliability is not one-off. You have, and you know, I was trained by Professor Inida Email as my good lecture, that say, human beings are created this way. You might give 10 forecasts, which are have agriculture, but one of them is a miss. They will remember that one that, oh, this guy is from meteorological department. So we are very much happy that the feedback we are getting from WhatsApp group, it must be reliability, it must be understandable by the user. We have technologies, all of those. But we don't want, by the United Nations, early warning for all, we don't want by 2027 to leave anyone behind. We have farmers who don't have smartphones. And this is where the strength of women, like in 2023, World Meteorological Day, our theme was empower women, empower humanity. picture that one. Because the question is, how do we empower women who are the ones doing back farming? I worked in 10 years in Monanga. 80% of women, of my meetings for the farmers are women. And then you advise them that the rains will come on this particular week. We are advising you to do planting. They have to. In Central Kenya, women are considered to be very independent. But they have also now to ask someone, the weatherman said we plant. Zainabu are with you there. They say, the weatherman said that the rains are coming. So the gentleman, what will say? Let me think about it. And you see now, we have another group of farmers, I'm talking now to the other practitioners, who are relying, the small-scale farmers, they are relying on their children and some other people to fund the farming activities. And you tell your mother that, oh, wait for the end of the month. Rains are not starting for the end of the month. They are not based on the money. So it must be, and it must be accessible. Accessibility, we know there is the technology. But then, we have realized there is a challenge. Farmers and stakeholders, we look at the whole value chain. They require value addition. The Met service has four main components. The start of the rain and the end of the rain, which will determine the length of the season. 2, the expected amount and the distribution. The start at the end is what is the length of the season. There is a crop water requirements at this to maturity. And this is where the crops officer will look which technology, if it's poorly distributed, like what you talked about on issues of mulching, draining. Because even now when we focus about El Nino, farmers we have to eat. I always say that you interact with the farmer a minimum of 3 times a day. Because you have breakfast, you are interacting with the farmer. That's something that is not even debatable. Even the program is not debatable. So let us look at that farmer. The translation has been what has been the challenge. And then the source.
Okay.
Yeah.
Proceed.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, go next. Now, this presentation will share. These are the products that we are getting from the Kenya Meteorological Service Authority, light from the airports we have, because we were talking about agriculture. Yeah? When we talked about that we are expecting enhanced rainfall. Will this product reach Jomo Kenyatta Airport because of the road transport we are looking at? Because if you do so well in the farming, but the loads which are supposed to be facilitating, number one, a challenge. So then we have the seasonal forecast. We can go next, please, because of time. So at Kenya Meteorological Department, we have used data. We have we did support, because you also asked about the partners. The International Research Institute of Columbia, through the Alliance for Biodiversity, we developed some tools like the MapLoom, and then we have also used our data to show, for example, the 1959 to 2016, even the onset. You can go next to see the onset of the rains. Look at now the start day of the rains, how variable it has been. So if a farmer traditionally expects that the rains in central Kenya start at this particular time, and you know we have 2 types of farmers. Farmers who are risk-averse and those who are tolerant. The risk-averse, they plant 1 week to the start of the rain. And then they shift because of climate variability. So this particular include the crop water requirement. These are some of the products that we are having. Go next, please. So what improvement have we done? The issues of talking about probability, 45% chance the rainfall will be above normal. We have stopped doing that. Kindly, we have stopped. So we are not telling you that it will be above normal. What is normal? So we have developed a tool with the support of FuseNet, of what we call forecast interpretation tool. So go next, and you see, for example, farmers need to get the thresholds. This is a forecast interpretation tool product, giving this is Meru County, that this particular facts, up to what level, what are you expecting? And that's why we do participatory. Go next, please, as we finish. Yeah. So, go next. So this is what now we give to the agricultural officers, say that if it's a below normal situation, what are you supposed to do? So because of time, allow me, because we'll be sharing this one, that we have the dissemination. But I would like now to take the next 3 minutes, because we'll be sharing. These are some of the products we use, brochures, we use all these platforms. But the source, I was disturbed 3 weeks ago when I was with my director in Naivasha, that from this time around, we are also looking at the business model. We are now Kenya Meteorological Service. We have to generate revenue. So we'll be developing APIs on how you access meteorological. You have some subscription. So we have been having a challenge because we have been in a state department, and so now the engagement will be simpler. Other than that, now I'm coming to the partners who have been supporting. I'm very much happy we have our good brothers from Tomorrow now there, who are supporting within one project on Widborn. We are also looking at partnership. On Tuesday, we'll be signing an MOU with the Alliance for Biodiversity, Dr. Wajiro, who have also funded a lot. We'll be sharing, last year, with the support of International Food Policy Research Institute. We developed a training module. This is what we can give you a challenge. Cost-benefit analysis for climate information services. What is the economic impact of ignoring climate weather information? In Lower Eastern, it's so disturbing at the 21st century. We are still constructing those sunken bridges that you have to wait for the rain to stop so that you can cross the river at this particular. Then you have a farmer who has a produce in that particular site. If we can have the Nairobi Expressway getting funded, and those are engineers, the challenge I'd like to give to this good organization, support the Kenya Meteorological Services in packaging the climate and weather information. We know the strength, even on Twitter, we have agency.
Yes.
To that table, as I finish, the Gen Zs, there is a question that you talked about whether they are doing pottery. That was not a good one. Pottery is what we are promoting for women. That is for women. I'm just saying, because the farm, the title deed is owned by the man. But women is the one of the gender fledgling. The entry point for the youth is not owning. They do value addition, transportation.
Good
so,
stuff.
because,
Good
so
stuff.
thanks a lot. And may you, like you talked about big climate resilience, use the weather forecast. Thanks a lot.
Tupigie Bwana Paul makofi. Na Paul, wacha tukusengenya. There is somebody amesema mahali, you are so passionate on what you do. That is why I had to cut you short. Another clap for Mr. Paul tafadhali. Paul has said something important, that they are transitioning, or they have transitioned rather, from Kenya Meteorological Department. To what name? Somebody apatiwe zawadi? Usiseme. Shh. Aha. Who alikuwa wa kwanza honestly. Wacha aseme.
Okay, yeah. Kenya Meteorological Authority.
Bado no, hey. Sasa nyinyi mmeharibu, ilikuwa apate zawadi. Ilikuwa apate. Haya sawa tusikie.
It's the Kenya Meteorological Service Authority.
Tumpigie makofi. Wonderful. Chukua $10 kutoka kwa Wendy pale. Next on stage is John Rasha, PhD. John, karibu sana. I am sure you'll use less than 10 minutes. Sindio?
I can even use 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Altogether. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. John Rasha is my name. I am a brother to Linda. She's my sister from another mother, and a member of KEG, an associate. The only thing that I lack is a KEG email address. But I hope I'll be getting one soon, Joanne and my other sisters in the room. I am a research scientist in climate change, and specifically on how climate change affects agriculture, and work on coming up with a climate change, climate smart agriculture options, practices, technologies, and advising on the policy space on what we can be able to do. I work with the International Livestock Research Institute, and I'm part of the climate change research team focusing on Eastern, Central, and Southern Africa. As I keep on having a discussion on this matter, I'm here to spur us and spur you into thinking on how we can work on this challenge together. Ladies and gentlemen, 63 years after Kenya gaining independence, up to where we are right now, we still have one big challenge that is feeding our people. This conversation we are having today matters because we are having a rapid population growth in the country. We are having an increasing food demand in Kenya. And as mentioned by my brother Paul, escalating climate risks. Now, the challenge of climate change is no longer just a future threat to Kenya. It is shaping what farmers can plant, how much they harvest, and what food reaches the markets, then ultimately what ends up on our plates that we'll be able to eat today. The density of the nutrients that we are going to eat as food is determined by all these processes. As we move forward with our discussion, our population right now in Kenya could be about what? 58 million? My big brother Ken knows that much better. And hoping that my younger brothers in the room are not scared of marrying, we anticipate that by the year 2040, we are about 70 million people. So the food demand is expected to rise significantly as we end up having increased urbanization and as we end up also having an increase in income. So what situation are we in? As mentioned, 63 years after us attaining independence, still agriculture remains the backbone of the economy. We're still having 25% of the GDP directly coming from agriculture. We are still having 60% of the employment in this country coming from agriculture. We're still having 3/4 of the livelihoods coming from, in the rural areas, coming from agriculture, in addition to the raw materials and foreign exchange. So the key message here is, ladies and gentlemen, agriculture is not just another economic sector for Kenya. It is still the foundation of food security, still the foundation of employment, still the foundation of rural development, and the foundation of economic stability in this country. So, what about our state of food security and our state of nutrition? Ladies and gentlemen, despite our progress that we've made, millions of Kenyans still experience food insecurity. And the key concerns here is the chronic food shortages. It's year in, year out. We talked about this, the media talked about this in 2024. Still the same thing talked about in 2025. We are talking about in 2026. And my brother Paul has even made it worse. We're expecting the El Nino. Now, I don't know what the media will talk about, but the thing is this: we still have undernutrition. We still have micronutrient deficiencies, you know, the iron, the zinc, and all these that are important to making us have a strong body. And then poor diversity in the diet. It is githeri morning, it is githeri noon, it is githeri in the evening. The diversity is very minimal. And you know very well that for us to get the carbohydrates, the vitamins, the proteins, and all these minerals together, we need to get them from a diversity of plant sources and animal sources. That way, brain development for children altogether, it is. And in this case, by the way, women and children are more vulnerable than the men. Paul and I and my brother Ken, you can go out to see in the men's conference and survive there. We are okay, fortify ourselves. Not these others altogether. So that burden is there. As we keep looking at this, ladies and gentlemen, in this room, there is something that you and I know. The reality about Kenya's landscape. You know that 80% of the country is either arid or semi-arid. Now, with the increasing population in this area, in this 20% land area, there is something that is important. Our millions of pastoralists and agropastoralists are staying there, highest population of the livestock, and these areas are very fragile. If we are to expand area under agriculture in Kenya, do you know where we are to expand it to? In these arid and semi-arid areas. So if right now you are being told there's a plot there and you have the money, buy it. In the next 10 years, you will be a semi-arid person staying in that kind of area. Now, they hold opportunities for livestock production, opportunities for dryland agriculture. We need to invest in irrigation, and for that we need the Kenya Meteorological Services Authority. And in moving forward. Now, another component here is now how climate change and climate variability is worsening this. I don't want to repeat what Paul has said. When Paul speaks about climate change and you come in, you're supposed to be smarter than him, and not many people are smarter than Paul. But let me just add some more points. Into the future, in crop production, we anticipate reduced yields because of this. And shortening of growing season, we need to do better. Into the future, we anticipate for the livestock systems, reduced pasture and water availability. And actually, more disease outbreaks. And we anticipate more livestock deaths because of that. We need to work on that. In the food systems, we anticipate because of that, the higher food prices into the future. With the challenge of reduced household income, now we are going to anticipate more of the problem of food insecurity and nutrition challenges altogether. And of course, he has said it, we may have supply chain problems with the flooding that is going to come. So with these recent experiences, this is an urgent call for action. Without action, more Kenyans will face hunger. Poverty will deepen beyond what right now we're experiencing. Without action, ladies and gentlemen, we will have more food imports into this country. Without action, we will rely on humanitarian, organizations, and those costs by them will increase. And without action, rural livelihoods will become more vulnerable. What good news do we have for the team that is here all together? We have got very strong agricultural institutions in this country. We have got innovative farmers. We've got vibrant research organizations. We have got active private sector partners in this country. We have got a growing digital environment of people sharing things digitally. Solutions exist. Now the challenge is how can we scale these solutions? I believe in this house, in this room, we have got people. So what can we do differently as stakeholders who are here? People from government work on increasing investment in climate-related agriculture and infrastructure and extension strengthening altogether. Those in the development sector, how I wish you can also invest in scaling proven solutions where possible, and support where possible communities with the resilience programs. And for the private sector, invest more in these climate smart technologies and make them more relevant. We are there, scientists, to be able to work with you. For farmers and other who are in police organizations altogether, please work on adapting these climate smart agriculture practices. Then, for people who are in media, I joined this space after being inducted by KEG, and specifically the past 3 years moving forward. Help, please, translate science into public understanding. Science is still complex to our people. Please help highlight these successful solutions. Sometimes we who are in the climate change research space think you are giving a lot of coverage to political activities. So much. Yes, we know that they buy easily. However, can you also highlight this and don't leave us orphaned? And please, can you help to hold institutions to be accountable?
Sure.
And can you help to counter misinformation? And lastly, please, amplify voices from the farming communities. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we need to submit, and thank you very much, KEG. Thank you, Linda, for the wonderful leadership that you are giving unto us. We appreciate you, here to support you.
A clap for John Recha, PhD. And to the editors in the room, I'm always reminded, Zainab, that we journalists have a behavior of always using politicians in any story. Hata pali penye hapafai, a story on agriculture, na hata hivyo mbunge wa Kiminini akasema. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'm requesting that perhaps we could come here to take a group photo. Then, I'm also requesting that after the group photo, we take tea, then come with it as we proceed, because we are behind time, but we are really trying as much as we can to ensure that we leave here at the right time. So, the team at KEG, na wanapicha mtusaidie, tujipange hapa for a group photo, because I know somebody will leave midway, and I don't want that. Asante. Tusimame, tafadhali, tukuje hapa. Kameramani, tutoe hii Team, tusaidiane. Yes. Viti pale. Produce your panel, me at a set of wacha ufanye kila kitu. Let's come. Tukuje. Chini hapa. Jeremy, kuja na kiti moja. Good. Tunaweza kuja hapa mbele tafadhali. Madam CEO, tafadhali. Wengine watakuja hapa juu, wasimame hapa juu as others sit. Sindio? Jalio, good to see you. Karibu sana Jalio. Asante. Joan, tukuje. Emily, sote tukuje tafadhali. Kameramani yako wapi? Asante. Please exchange contacts. Unataka namba yangu? Aya, good. So for the next 3 minutes, acha tusikie instructions zake. Sawa sawa? Yes. Thank you. We want to create space so others could come here, alafu wengine waende juu. Asante. Chai inapoa Usijali, food we have. Asante. Thank you. That looks better. We good? Kuna watu hawaonekani. Joan haonekani. So please smile, Kenfrey smile, Kamera inachukua sauti tukicheka. Hiyo ni picha ya State House. Good. Asante. Let's serve tea. Tukikuja nayo ndani tuendelee, si ndio? 5 minutes are enough. The team at KEG, nisaidieni na...
My name is Rosemary Okello Lale. Currently, I'm the director of the Africa Media Hub at the Strathmore University Business School. And I started this hub in 2018 when I left the Ford Foundation, where I was a program officer. And before then, I was actually the executive director of the Africa Women and Child Future Service, where we started with the colleagues in 1994. And the history of what we used to call it AWC Futures was a global media network of women journalists that started as a result of realizing that women's voices and children's rights were not being captured and reflected in the media. And most of the media houses never had policies around that. Neither did they have also capacity. So we took an initiative with various colleagues across the globe, especially within the southern part of Africa, initiated by Colleen Lomona, who was by that time the executive director of the Women's Future Service and also Interpress News Service that was based in New Delhi, that we need to start a platform for women. Hence, AWC, the Africa Women Future Service. The history of the Kenya Editors Guild can go back way in late 90s, when we were called to attend the Southern Africa Editors Guild Conference. By that time, Nelson Mandela was the president. And after the conference, we made a courtesy call to his office as the leaders of the media within the continent. And then he actually challenged us that you are here talking about the freedom of the media, the freedom of the people, democracy. And does the media as a sector have a regulatory body that can be able to actually monitor this policies in a manner that enhance the media growth, but also make the media serve the people, especially the marginalized community. And by that time, we're focusing on women and children, and also those who could not access the media. In South Africa, then we thought of, can we start the Africa? So we started the Africa Editors Guild there, and Matata Setu was the chair. I was the secretary of the Africa Editors Guild. And there's a colleague in actually Senegal who was now the deputy chair. So it was a continental body. So when I saw it being a continental body, when I came back home in Kenya, I realized that how can then the media in this country come together and also have a collective voice the way we had already created in the continent. So when I came back, I called the Editors Breakfast, as it was called, where the editors attended and actually told them they need to have a Kenya Editors Guild. And so Wangari Mwangi was that time the editor-in-chief of the nation, actually agreed with me and said that there's need for us to start it. So the editors from the Nation, Standard, all the editors came together. And when we formed it, I again became the first secretary of the Kenya Editors Guild. There are quite a number of challenges we faced, not only from internal, but also within the regulatory body, who felt that by the editors coming together was going to give a strong voice, was going to give a strong stand for, because whenever they wanted to use the media, they could only call one media houses. But when the editors were together, they were not only looking about the policy, but also the sector under which they were operating. For example, if a journalist was arrested, all the media could come together and say a statement and say that that's illegal, that's actually going against the human rights. And so it was a strong voice that also was actually recognized by the government. So especially when you are registering it. Yeah, we took time to register it. And Kalonzo, the then cabinet minister of information, helped us quite a lot. Yeah, and we visited him actually in his offices, whereby we presented a concept. Once he presented a concept, he was able to table it to the cabinet. And then thereafter, we formed the Kenya Editors Guild. And the Kenya Editors Guild was recognized now as a regulatory body. Not at that time, Media Council was not there. So then they said that the Kenya Editors Guild cannot be a regulatory. What can you form to make sure that this policy that KEG is trying to reinforce is articulated within the governance structure of the government? Hence, the Media Council was formed. It must have been late 90s because early 2000. The academia came in because the academia are the capacity builders. They are the knowledge enhancer, and they're the training stations where all the media practitioners pass through, like the Nairobi University, like the School of Journalism, various institutions within the country train journalists, even here at Strathmore. But we were saying that unless they can become as members, they will not be able to understand the culture and also the spectrum under which the media come. So they're coming in, bringing in the academic angle to the membership. Yeah. I think building a governance structure of KEG was critical, was very important. And KEG having its own offices, and KEG, the administrative office was separate from the governing structure that were now the secretary and the chair, which could only be there for few years, and then you are re-elected by members. So during our term, after I served 2 terms, then we had to leave for the other people to come in, because we are building leaders for tomorrow. We are building capacity. So we are kind of creating a lasting institution that is going to last. And going back to Nelson Mandela, what's the legacy are you leaving? I think funding should not be an issue for KEG, because KEG is a critical body that ensures that unless we have a regulatory and policy framework under which the media houses, and this includes private sector, comes in, will not have a media house that is working for the people. And even the business community, who sees media as a critical role in enhancing their business, might not find it viable. So it's of the interest of the general public. And when we talk about funding, as funding has changed, we are now talking about local philanthropy. Media houses, they make money. What kind of money percentage can they do to make sure that they give to KEG to strengthen KEG as part of the policy strengthening of their media houses? Thirdly, the government has got a role to play, because KEG actually has got even government representative like the Voice of Kenya is part of it. The Kenya KBC, Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, is part of it, and all the government agencies. So it's we call a unitizing body that is bringing all the media practitioners from the community to the national. And KEG now is linked to the continental. And then continental is linking to the global. That is where the World Editors Guild come in. So it's a long-lasting body that cannot be allowed to die. So when now we agreed that KEG was going to be formed, there was an interim committee that was set up that I was actually spearheading. And that brought in Wagethi Mwangi, Joseph Odindo, Macharia Gaitho, Pamela Makotsi, Jane Godia, and there was, I think, quite a number of various editors.
Hamjambo, karibu sana katika kaunti ya Kilifi. Welcome to our 8th annual Editors Convention, where this year's conversation is anchored on 3 T's: truth, trust, and technology. Can we have truth without trust? Can we build trust without technology? And what role is media in Kenya playing in the digital age? Let's look at the numbers. Currently in Kenya, we have more than 27 million internet users, and everyone, including the media, is eyeing this audience for revenue generation. But good news is, media in Kenya is embracing AI and emerging tech for storytelling. However, it has proven to be an expensive venture. That's why we appeal for support, resources, and policy formulation that is media friendly. What about technology and safety and security of journalists? This remains a major challenge, both offline and online. Offline, more than 100 journalists were killed worldwide in 2024, and more than 500 were jailed. Online, we've seen journalists being trolled, threatened, and silenced. So how do we navigate this? That's why we are here.
As 2025 draws to a close, journalism in Kenya stands.
Karibu.
Good morning. Good morning. I see people are still moving around. Good. So my lovely name is Zainab Wandati. I'm climate editor at the Nation Media Group. That's my official title. And I've been a climate journalist for more than a decade. And in that time, I've seen how climate journalism has changed within the media houses. So I'm happy to report at least in the main media houses, at least we have dedicated climate journalists. So unlike previous years where you had to fight for space and you had an editor who did not believe in climate change, would tell you that is NGO speak. Right now, there's not a single person who can say they haven't seen the impacts of climate change in their lives, and therefore it's a lot easier to get published today than it was 10 or so years back. So I'm not going to repeat the impacts of climate change or the data. You've had that from the scientists. You read those stories every day in the newspaper, how farmers are impacted, how communities are impacted by climate change. So I'm going to skip all of that and just get right to what our job is here today. Can we make things work? How we know all these impacts we've seen, or we know Africa suffers some of the worst impacts. So what do? Do we sit on our hands, or can we actually survive this? And to put this conversation into perspective, I'd like to introduce my panelists. I'm happy to report that it's you know, when they're all men, we say a manor. So when it's all women, what do we say? What do we say? This rarely ever happens, to have a panel of all women. Rarely ever happens. So I'm quite proud to be hosting this panel of all women. First up, Dr. Rose Waswa. Rose Waswa Please come on up. When I call your name, please come on up. Rose translates satellite and geospatial data into tools that help county governments to plan for climate risk. Please come have a seat. To plan for climate risk and understand where different farming systems can actually work. So you work with geospatial planning and satellite data. Karibu. Dr. Hilda Manzi, I saw you somewhere. Please come on up. Dr. Hilda Manzi, if you remembered how she introduced herself, she said she works at Tomorrow Now. And she builds the models that show how farming systems perform under climate stress and which crops can actually hold up. So maybe she can tell us this Super El Nino that, that Paul talked about, what crops can actually hold up under that. Dr. Anna Indeche, please come on up. Dr. Anna is a lecturer and researcher at the Department of Horticulture and Food Security at JKUAT. Karibu sana. Yes, you can. I wish we had a farmer up here, but I'm glad we have a farmer in the room. So, so the farmer will be paying close attention to what we talk about here and maybe see if it works or not. So at the end of this conversation, what I'd want is practical solutions for the farmer. How can he actually take this conversation and implement what we discuss? So I want to start with Rose and what the geospatial data is telling us about resilient farming. What is it telling us? Is it giving us information that is actually usable and a county is actually using this information? Oh, your mic, it's off.
Can you hear? Yeah, now it's on. Thank you for the opportunity, and yes, it was lovely to note that it will be an all-female panel. Thank you. Like she mentioned, my name is Waswa Rose Malot. I'm in Geo, and the question is that what is Geo telling us? So you mentioned resilience. So when we talk about resilient farming, we want to know, as a geospatial expert, it's the ability to know, look at local knowledge. What does local knowledge say? What is the science saying? And how do we translate this into information that decision makers, like even the farmer is a decision maker, what they can do. So what we've done is that we've looked at adaptation options in terms of climate, what they should do in terms of the variability of the climate, and working with the county government, we've developed solutions in form of knowledge products. And some of these knowledge products are being used by the county to determine influence policy. So what should the farmer do? In the event of, say, pest incidences, we've developed products that say this is where the risk is based on the climate information, based on the data from the ground, and this is where action is being taken. So we are guiding the county into deciding where do they allocate resources to tackle in terms of control operations for the pest. And ultimately that contributes to higher yield and more resilient in terms of the livelihoods of the farmers.
From the data you have, are you able to like draw conclusions on like, for example, say we are seeing that 60% of this country is suffering with this, 20% of this country has this?
Yes, yes we are. We are able to see from the ground data, for example, like I said, on pests, we are looking at the reports that are coming from the ground. If I'll be a bit technical, if there are aphids, then the farmer in the team will note that the maize lethal necrosis will be higher. So with that being said, we are able to model and say which other areas are more susceptible to this. So we are doing what is known as like layering. We are getting the climate information, we're getting the ground information, we are getting where the farmers have planted maize, and we're able to say with a certain degree of accuracy, if we say 80%, it means of all the areas based on the proximity to the incidences that are being reported, then they are at risk of the infestation of either the pest or the diseases.
And at what point of the planting season do you generate this information?
I think it's all round. It all depends. We've done some capacity building for ward agriculture officers. So instead of ideally what was being done before, paper-based data collection, we have a mobile application for collecting this information. And it's not just to be able to say, I have not, as a ward agriculture officer, that they have noted this pest. They also look at when did this farmer plant and what type of control they've already done, so that we also look at the resistance aspect of it. Are the control operations working or they're not working? Okay. So that information is in the Crop Protect app.
Okay. Okay, so I want to bring in Dr. Manzi here, and modeling.
Yes.
When you model the main food crops in the country, we know we're obsessed with maize. for some reason we just cannot do without maize, even when you're planting it where it should not be planted.
Yeah.
We must have a plot of maize somewhere on your land. The main food crops are maize, wheat, rice, potatoes. When you look at them under the rainfall and temperature models that Kenya Met is generating, what are you seeing right now?
What I would like to say is that at Tomorrow Now, we bring together climate and crop models so that we're able to provide information that translates into decision making. An example, a simple message would read, there's little rain, you might have wilting in your maize crop, consider mulching or irrigating where possible. That is how we simplify those complex scientific models so that we can be able to speak to farmers. And I'm glad to say that we don't directly work with farmers. We have the opportunity to have farmer-facing organizations such as KALRO, a big partner in this country, meteorological departments across different countries, Zambia, Malawi, and Nigeria, where we are working together to ensure those simple decisions get to the farmer. So we sit, I like to call myself the desktop farmer. So I sit behind the desk, I look at what is happening to the crops, and like what Rose Waswa is saying, when they provide those risks, we go further. We do day-to-day monitoring. We provide that forecast on a weekly basis to the farmer to update the farmer. Today, you're likely, in the next 3 days, you're likely to have high temperatures. Consider going to the farm to scout. You are likely to find pests. Interestingly, if I can tell you, that in our last monitoring and evaluation that we did in Makueni County, a farmer was shocked when they saw that message and went to the farmer and said, how could you tell that there's likely to be pest? It's because we are merging climate and crop models to understand when the phenology of a crop changes because of environmental conditions, there's likely to be a good thing or a bad thing.
And you're using satellites for that?
We are using climate data that is both field data and satellite data combined. And then we are looking at the phenology, understanding the growth stages, working with the scientists in some of these research institutions like KALRO to coin those messages and then further simplify them. Like Paul Morage said, a message has to be very simple and easy to understand to the user.
Okay.
Yes.
So how hyperlocal is that data?
It is 4 by 4 kilometers. So every farmer within a 4 by 4 kilometer is likely to get a similar message because we believe within that 4 by 4 kilometer, the scenarios are almost the same. So if you shift to another 4 by 4 kilometer, the messages change. What is interesting that I would like to tell you is that we walk the journey with the farmer. And that's why I think my colleague there said, I'm a farmer. You know, we walk the journey with the farmer from the time they provide the planting date up to the physiological maturity.
Mm-hmm. And also knowing that climate change does not hit us all at the same way. The impacts vary from region to region, country to country. Are you seeing any of the food systems holding up?
What I'd like to say when it comes to resilience in food system is that a good system must be in a position to withstand shocks, must be in a position to adapt in the long term, and also transform as climate changes. What we need to do, and I believe we can build these partnerships, because Tomorrow Now believes in building those level of partnerships, people that can come up with approaches. Irrigation alone may not be adequate. If the soil health is bad, you irrigate today, tomorrow you lose all the water to evapotranspiration. So can we have approaches that integrate withstanding shocks, that are able to be long-term? Application of mineral fertilizer is good. It gives you benefits in the short term. But what about the long term? You know, so we're saying let's have approaches that are all-rounded and are sustainable. Because in the eyes of the farmer is just looking at sustainable production, not the complex language that sometimes we have.
Yes. So, Dr. Ndeche, we know that Kenya has some of the best researchers in Africa, producing some of the best research work, with universities coming up with brilliant data, universities coming up with really interesting data. But sometimes you see that this work just sits on some shelf, gathers dust, never to see the light of day. So when you talk to a farmer, farmer tells you, I have this challenge. But you do remember talking to a researcher who told you, But you do remember a researcher who told you, they've done some work around that space. So why doesn't this farmer get this information? Where are the challenges?
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Zainab, for your question. This is a question that academia gets asked all the time. And I think it's a question that indeed, as academia, we need to sit back and ask ourselves the very hard questions. Who are we doing the research for? Who is it? Who is the end user of these results from my research? And if I get to understand who the end user will be, then I will incorporate that end user in the project from the very beginning. There is a mismatch, I don't know whether it's a gap, where we find that it's the researchers sitting back, thinking about the problem, and then going ahead to do, the research and come up with the results. Is there a way that we can be able to get the end users, the farmers, the extension officers, and do research that is multidisciplinary, so that every of, everybody who will gain or benefit from that research is on the table from the initial, from the initiation of the project. So yes, we have very many good results lying or in our shelves. I know we have, in our university, for example, all the fourth-year graduate students do a research project, and the results are amazing. But how do we even scale that up? It's just there. I'm not saying that research shouldn't go on in our own small ways, but I'm just trying to say that there is a need, indeed, for us to look for ways in which this knowledge can be disseminated to the end users.
Okay, so farmers, some farmers, most of our farmers are small scale, and even though some of them don't, want to professionally do the farming. So because they're not professionally doing the farming, sometimes they become rigid to information. And maybe you've seen this challenge even with your own parents, when you're telling them, hey, don't plant this seed. Don't plant this seed. You should be planting this seed, this other seed instead. How do you handle that when you go to the field and you're talking to a farmer, you're telling them, listen, the research tells us this. You should be doing this. And they tell you, but I've been doing farming for, even I'm older than you are. What are you telling me?
Thank you very much. Research is moving just from the laboratory and the academic fields to farmers' fields. We are now taking up, an approach where we are going to farmers' fields, doing what we are calling participatory research with the farmers, so that we have the farmers seeing what is happening in their own locality, and I don't have to keep saying, okay, you see, when you add organic manure, you will need to irrigate less often. They will see it there, and I think this approach is really yielding a lot of good results. You get lead farmers, champions. I've heard about the village best, advisors, people who are already at the grassroots. And it doesn't need me, the scientist, to go and convince anybody. They will be seeing it. And I think this should be the way forward for all of us as researchers.
Okay, lastly for you, in the time that you've been working with farmers and in the academia and doing research, what would you say is the most important thing that agricultural research has figured out about resilient food systems?
Wow, that's a big one, right? Sorry.
I think what it has figured out for me is just the fact that delink production from rain-fed cycles. I don't know whether that makes sense. Delink production from waiting for the rains to do what? To come down. And indeed, I think that has been one of the key drivers to innovations and technologies that are now, out there, helping farmers not just to rely on rainfall. And I think that is one big thing. Another one that I would want to highlight is scaling up climate, I don't know how to call them, hardy varieties or crops. When we were growing up, there are some crops that we thought were primitive. I don't know if any of you grew up in that kind of a village. The sorghum, the cassava, the millet, the pigeon peas. Can we start to embrace those kind of crops into our systems? Can we be able to diversify further, even, and further in terms of really speaking about them and their importance, their nutritional value, and how the value chain can be strengthened. Yeah, so I think that is also something that is good.
Okay, so I want to start again at the end with Rose. And I'd like you to tell me one thing that your data says to a farmer in the semi-arid areas of this country that they should do right now in order to be more resilient.
In the semi-arid regions. Thank you for that. I think I failed to mention, I come from Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development. We cover about 20 member states in Eastern Southern Africa, including Kenya. So with satellite technology, we are able to look at what Dr. Manzi talked about, phenology. So what we are able to say in the arid region is that we say in as much as you see this area is looking very vibrant and there's high vigor, that particular, that is not pasture because it's invasive species, right? It's not palatable to the livestock. But we also give information in terms of the insurance companies to be able to do what is known as the trigger payment. What that means from the science that we do, we'll be able to understand this is the status of the vegetation, if it's going lower or higher, and what does that mean for that pastoralist? Where should they go to? So we do that based on, while we are not one-on-one with the farmer, we provide information that they are able to, like I said, trigger payment in the sense that if the pasture is going lower, then the farmer simply receives an M-Pesa message, so they can buy hay, they can buy fodder for their animals, so that helps in the, maintaining their livelihood. Yeah.
Okay. Hilda, what is the crop you're most worried about today?
I'm worried about the maize crop because even when we run a model called suitable planting window, even when we run that model for almost a month, and we can see regions where the crop will not do well, and even when we advise the farmer not to grow that crop, they will still go ahead and plant it. Because we work closely with Kenya Agricultural Research and Livestock Organization, which they trust a lot, because trust is very important in the digital space. You'd find that even when you advise them, don't plant this, it will not survive. Consider short-term crops, 2 months, 3 months, cowpea, beans, they will still go ahead and grow the maize.
Would it help if maybe they were to grow hizi mbegu za kienyeji za mahindi? Hizi za maroon, za yellow, mbegu za kienyeji za mahindi, they are very multicolored.
Yeah, I know about them. What is interesting is that when we are looking at the suitable planting window, we are asking ourselves, do we have enough period with enough rainfall to sustain that crop in the field, whether it's an indigenous variety or it's an hybrid, And so sometimes you find maybe the rains are only available for 2.5 months, and you have a crop that needs 5 months. Then it becomes problematic to now put an advisory that tells the farmer to go ahead. So sometimes we tell them it may not be suitable, shift to other value chains. And Zainabu, what I can tell you is that we have 12 value chains that we monitor in Kenya. All of them providing those advisories to farmers based on the choice of value chains that are of interest. Yes.
Okay. Lastly, Dr. Ndeche, when you think about resilient harvests, what is the one phrase you'd say describes resilient harvests in Kenya that in this room we are not talking about enough?
I think diversification. Diversification. That's not a phrase, it's just one word. Are we putting all our eggs in one basket? Are we putting all our, our money in one stock, like the bankers would say? In our case, are you putting one crop on all your acreage? I think this is something that we need to talk about because research has shown that production systems that are diversified are able to withstand the shocks that Hilda was talking about by 20 to 30%. And data does not lie. Why should we do monocropping? Can we talk about other crops and how we can be able to intercrop, how we can be able to take care of the short instances of time when we have the rains or whatever it is, the rain that we really, most Kenyans, you see, everything is pegged on rain. I am not going to plant because it has not rained. Can we try and just diversify and find out, are there other crops that can mature in a shorter period of time and continuously sustain the production over time for the farmer to have economic access even to those other crops that they may not have grown themselves. Yeah.
Great. So because we didn't have a farmer on this panel, and it would really have been great, I want to give the farmer an opportunity to ask you all a question before we close this panel. Please approach, Ronald. You introduced yourself as the farmer, so please approach. I want to give them an opportunity to ask you a question as we close this panel.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the panelists because they've done justice to the questions, and I also feel very comfortable where I sit now. My only question, I think, could go to my very good friend from RCMRD. There is the opportunity and beauty of technology, and of course, now with the new buzzword AI, how can we make sure that on every farm we can make it practical and be able to help the farmer drive their decisions?
I'd say that's a...
Yes, I would like to treat me as an illiterate farmer from Siaya. You come find me farming and you want me to transit from ordinary farming to smart agriculture farming. What would you advise me to do? In other words, I'm asking you to give us what is really climate smart agriculture to ordinary farmers in rural area, leave alone elites who are doing commercial farming. Thank you.
So I had one which can be treated as a comment. The issue of partnerships, because we don't expect Prof may never be able to do what we are always pushing her to do, to be able to communicate with the farmer. I'm not saying you will not, but may not be able, because there is a way every institution is set up. So the way to drive change for me is about partnerships and having it as a chain, that who is able to translate then your information to the farmer. And we talked about the village-based people, the last mile. Who is able to do this? So you will probably never be able to reach that farmer everywhere, but how can we build the partnerships that can be able to translate not just the information we are talking about, but everything else. It needs to reach the farmer in a way that they can understand. And then the question I have, which is rhetorical, is whether really our institutions are built for those partnerships. And I think I want to give an example of KMD here formally. Now it's KEMSA. You see, they had to go to an extent of changing the law that actually sets them up so that they can remove the rigidity that prevents them from partnering with organizations and so on and so forth. So I think we have to look inward into the organizations that we work in and see how we can change them for partnerships. Yeah. Otherwise, none of us can be able to go everywhere and to do everything. Thank you.
Hi, my question is for Hilda. And is it Dr. Rose? Okay, cool. We often benchmark AI models using prediction accuracy. At the same time, when it comes to the continent, we see most of the models that we look at are not built on African data sets, and we have to cover the gap of data sets within the region. So this comes at the same time where we view Africa as the global food basket for the population that is rapidly growing. So how do we do better as we build in the space of AI in agriculture? How do we purposely think about benchmarks that make a difference beyond prediction? Because we are talking of challenges of behavioral change. Once you tell a farmer there's going to be this type of flood, it doesn't really hit the ground. So as a continent, we are chasing so many things at once, where we have to have really great prediction accuracies when we're looking at our models. Number two, we have to close the data gap. And number three, we also have to think about how are we going to feed the world in 2050. So from where you're sitting within institutions that are, one, building the models, so you're thinking data, and you're thinking how to action it on ground. And number two, you're also thinking about how we can lead, because I feel there's an opportunity to lead both on the AI front, particularly in agriculture, and also on the behavioral change on ground. Because it's one thing to chase data sets and do like all of that and try to compete on a data set level, yet we have this other opportunity where we can see with the arable land and the population, where we can build models that are actually actionable on ground. So I'd like your view on that.
Thank you. On to the first question. The beauty about being in this era of artificial intelligence is that the rules have not been set. So we have a unique opportunity to develop the playbook on how it should be done. I know there are restrictions towards data. So there are data handlers, there are data controllers, there are data generators. So with the AI, it's all about trust. With any model, whatever data is just simply raw. It's raw. There's nothing you've done to it. But then again, to translate that into information, it means there has been some form of processing that has been done. So within the agricultural landscape, we are looking at a situation whereby this farmer that is seated where they are should have confidence that they can actually submit data that will be beneficial to them. What we've learned from RCMRD is that if we want more resilient systems and we want everybody to be able or willing to give the data, we should work together. I like what you said in terms of partnership and synergies. We are looking at where we stand as scientists, then we have the local community and we have in between. The farmer needs advice on what to do. The county government needs, what should I prioritize? Because I have a budget and I need to know what I should address first. And then we have the policymakers where they're looking at, if I do this, what does that mean for the greater good, right? But we need to pinpoint at a specific level. So AI is really good, and we are looking into gathering data, like I mentioned in terms of pests. That information is coming from specific farms. But if we put it into our models, we will only be able to model the ones in close proximity. So the more, what we are pushing for is more of crowdsourcing in terms of data that is being accessible by all, crowdsourcing, and we believe in open data policy. So that means whatever we collect, as long as the person supporting that initiative has no problem distributing, we distribute both the data in its raw form and the information. So we are developing models to be able to say, this is the highest risk, this is what you need to do, and this is how you should do it. But if you just look at the bigger thing, if you look at the Gödel circle, every institution, every setup knows why and what, they know how they do things and what they do. The why bit is always missing in our conversation. So why should we go for AI? It will mean the farmer needs to understand that this helps me because at the end of the day, I have not only more, I have more surplus, meaning I can not only feed my, my immediate family, but I have surplus in terms of the socioeconomic aspect. The other frontier would be, when you talk about food resilience, we have the security bit. We're talking about nutrition. Daktari talked about diversification. So if we are going to look into AI, we'll be able to understand, okay, fine, with the changing landscape, we say climate now variability, the change is already here. So how do we capitalize on the fact that we have even like different regions, different aspects? There's the livestock, there's the crop, and even within the crop, there are those who are which are more hardy than others. So getting information and getting like, we in our institution, we refer to it as a repository, a data repository that anybody can tap into and they can develop like products that will be appreciated by the different facets. Yeah. I think I'll have Daktari answer to you so that I do it.
Thank you so much. When it comes to data that is used to do this modeling, I'm happy to say that we have had an opportunity to work with CALRO, and there are basic requirements even in other countries that we look for. Do you have a database of farmers? Now, for example, in Kenya, we are working with over 5 million farmers that get these messages. So that is data that has been built for a long time. I'll tell you, when we started, we were, working in the murky waters. But over the years, we have changed. We have remodeled those models to speak to what is happening in Africa. I'll tell you, we have started off last year in Malawi and Zambia and Nigeria. The dynamics are so different. But we are happy that we have started the journey to collect data and working with these institutions, government institutions. Why do we target government institutions? They are the ones that work with the largest number of farmers. We also work with smaller institutions like One Acre Fund, ISDA, smaller number of farmers. But we target government because they can reach bigger number of farmers, and in most cases, they're the most trusted. So with that kind of data, we've been able to model, and I can tell you some of the algorithms have changed over time to speak to what is happening to our farmers' field on a day-to-day basis. To answer to what you were saying, how do you tell a farmer, a layman farmer, what is climate-smart agriculture? For me, a farmer needs to understand climate-smart agriculture is what is happening to your soil. Is your soil healthy? Is the water system in the landscape adequate? Because when you have so much soil erosion on your farm, you're not only affecting your farm, you're affecting the entire landscape into the riparian region, where now you find the water cannot store for long because the sand is not there, there's too much silt, and then finally, does the farmer understand the environment in which is growing his crops? Does the farmer even understand what type of varieties to adopt? So it's not a one thing, I need to grow this crop, I need to address my food issue. It's an issue of the soil, it's an issue of the water system, it's an issue of the climate and the environment in which that farmer exists. Sometimes we say scientist at time T, Yeah.
I want to respond to the question, I am a farmer in Siaya, what should I do to transition towards climate-smart agriculture? One of the things that I would ask the farmer to know is how can they describe their food security status? One is, can you confidently say that I have food available, I have food available all the time? I can access food all the time? Is it sufficient? Is it safe? Is it nutritious? If if you can be able to say yes, then maybe the system you are having is working for you. But if you can just give a null response to any of those questions, it means that you need to relook into the practices that you are undertaking on your farm. And as Dr. Hilda has rightfully said, check your soil. Am I using more fertilizer than I was using last year? If the answer is yes, then there's a problem. Am I using more water, pumping more water to irrigate my farm than I was doing the last season? If your answer is yes, my brother, you need to change. There's something wrong. And the practices are there. Crop rotation is one very important practice that we just overlook. Using our indigenous varieties that are already resilient to the climate that is changing is also very important. And lastly, even just being able to, check out the agroforestry, I think that is very important. We're now talking about food forests. Do you have trees on your farm? Because those trees are the ones that are going to, take in the carbon, seal it in the soil, and not release it to the atmosphere to continue with the global warming. So I would want to urge that farmers sit back, reflect, and if something is not right, then it means that you need to transition, to change and do farming differently so that you can be able to sustain your production, be able to adapt to the climate variability that we are experiencing, and also not being the person who is adding to the greenhouse emissions by your practices.
Great.
Thank you.
That is such an excellent point to end this panel. On quite a high note. Ladies, thank you very much for honoring the call to be part of this panel. I hope we've all learned something. Kama kuna kitu mjaelewa, I'm sure watakuwa available nyuma ya tent. You can ask them more questions. Let me hand back. Okay.
Asante, tuwapigie makofi wakikaa chini. That was a good job with heavy English. I'm really hoping, Madam CEO, we can have the same conversation during our annual Kenya Editors Guild Convention happening sometime in the year in December or November thereabout. I'm hoping we shall have the same conversation there. Asante. Ladies and gentlemen, there is one senior member of Kenya Editors Guild who's just joined us. Please allow me to break the protocol and allow him to, introduce himself, then to endelea.
Sorry that I am late. I am Martin Masai. I'm a council member. I am a trustee of Kenya Editors Guild, and I chair the Ethics and Media Freedom Committee. And I got late on my farm. I'm a farmer now. Thank you.
Kuna swali ya mwisho, unapenda kula chakula gani?
Yeah, sorry?
Chakula gani unapenda kula? Kila mtu amejibu.
Napenda kukula chakula yenye majani mingi. Hata kama kuna githeri kidogo, kuna ugali huko, lakini greens nyingi. Asante.
Asante. Hata watu wa Baite Murume ni majani pia. Phyllis Nyambura, karibu sana. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our last panel. I promise you it is the best. Of course it's the best, but haishindi pia ya Zainab. Sindio? Phyllis, karibu.
Habari zenyu. So my name is Phyllis Nyambura, and I'm a PR and media consultant. Before then, I worked in the media for a long time as an editor, as a journalist. and I help people to understand the media. I also still write for different publications. But my story about farming is not a good one. I'm a failed farmer. So a few years ago, I had a farm, or I still have a farm in Loitoktok. So people know Loitoktok. So I have 3 acres. I was told, you know, it's the food basket of the Rift Valley. So what did I do? I went down there and planted what everyone else plants, which is maize and beans. And for a whole harvest, so spend around 50,000 shillings, buying seeds and everything. And then 3 months later, nothing grew. It didn't rain. So everything went to waste. So the next year, again, people told me, no, don't give up. Farming is patience. You need to go back. So again, I went back 50,000 shillings, or even more that time, planted the same thing. This time, things started to grow. But a month later, frost came. I don't know from where. Everything went down. So my story, as you can see, it's about climate change, because I'm told stories I hear from there is that that used to be a very productive place. And if it rains, actually, it's very productive. But I pity the farmers down there because I don't know how they survive. Lucky enough, I had a job back in Nairobi, so I could come back and get a salary, but I don't know how families down there survive. So that's my story, and I want to imagine maybe I'm more of the educated lot who should know better, who should not follow the rain, but yet I followed everyone else and failed. So why am I here today? I'm here because when we hear about climate change, even what is written in the media, it's so abstract. It's big words. It's climate resilience, technology disruption, climate shocks. How does that a farmer in Kajiado know what this is and how they affect them? So how do we demystify these big words and start using and asking the questions that real farmers ask? And these real farmers, whether it's Makueni, Kitale, or Kajiado like me, are asking, will it rain tomorrow? Or as the Met said, will it rain for a prolonged period? Will I be able to harvest? Will I be able to feed my family? So those are the real questions on the ground. And because I'm introducing innovators in this area, the data shows that around we only do 4% of irrigation in Kenya and Africa, and 95% of our food, of our crops, relies on rain. So that becomes a very bad problem, or a double-edged problem, because if it doesn't rain, we don't harvest anything. If it rains too much, things are washed away, we don't harvest anything still. Or we can all decide, like we all, like in Loitoktok, we decide, we all going to plant tomatoes. So we all meet in Marikiti and everyone has tomatoes. So we again lose there. So we need to break this cycle. And the moment in this room is, that's why we are having that conversation. So one of the ways is, of course, through technology. And another way, and I'm happy to hear the many conversation about having good data. And at the moment, from my research, a lot of the data is lying in silos, in different places. It's disjointed. We are not using that and harnessing that data properly. We are also not able to adopt good, and even convince, I don't know how I would convince my mother to move to smart agriculture, to use a solar-powered irrigation machine. So she'll just say, rain is coming. So, and I'm happy to help us remove the abstraction from this conversation. I have two people who deal with people, the farmers every day, and know the real challenges on the ground. Ground inasema nini. So please help me welcome two frontlines warriors. And this is Peter Juma. Peter Juma is the CEO of Kickstart International. And through smart innovation, he's helping deal with the water crisis. He'll of course tell us a lot more of what his organization is doing. Karibu, Peter. So my next panelist is Lavenda Birike. I don't know whether she'll tell us whether she's a Gen Z, but she's the CEO of and co-founder of Kilima 360. And Kilima 360 helps deal with the data. Karibu, Lavenda. So I don't think I did them justice in their introduction. So I'll ask them to quickly introduce themselves and what they do. Let's start with you, Peter.
Thank you so much, Phyllis, and thanks everybody. Honored for this invitation. My name is Peter Juma, President, Chief Operating Officer for Kickstart International. Kickstart is a non-profit social enterprise. We work in 17 countries in sub-Saharan Africa, 6 countries in East, 6 in Southern Africa, and 5 countries in West Africa. And what we do, we develop, manufacture, and promote simple irrigation technologies suitable for smallholder farmers. Farmers that are growing crops on between 1 to 2 acres of land, who are the majority anyway, but who are handicapped in terms of capital. And so they can't easily afford the available irrigation technologies out there in the market, which are many. And so we try to bridge that gap. We've been doing this for the last 25 years, promoting irrigation, promoting what we call appropriate technologies, but our main focus on irrigation has been for the last 25 years. Kickstart started here in Kenya back in 1991. We are privileged that we've scaled this message around building resilience for smallholder farmers across 17 countries in sub-Saharan Africa. Thank you so much.
Yes, please.
Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. Today I've been branded a Gen Z, so I will gladly take the title. My name is Lavenda Birike. I'm the founder CEO of Kilima 360, where we innovate in the intersection of climate, AI, and insurance. So our work largely sits in looking at ways that farmers can adapt and using the right institutions like insurance companies and other financiers to make sure that these farmers and the data that they generate can get actionable solutions. So in this case, are there ways that we've had a wonderful conversation with Peter just at the beginning of the event into many ways of looking at of making sure that farmers actually feel the innovation at the last mile. So when we talk about AI, we talk about climate tech. All these things don't matter, especially for us who are like on ground, if we can't translate that into decisions that farmers can make and action. So I'm very much keen to have those conversations on the 3 pillars, climate, AI, and financial services like insurance.
Thank you so much, Peter and Lavenda. I'll go straight to you, Peter. Before, rains, for example, are very predictable. Yeah, people knew when to plant, when it's harvest season. We even used to have parties after harvests. Yeah. So what does a changing climate actually look like on a standard 1 acre family plot today?
Yeah, thanks so much, Phil. In fact, when you gave your story about your experience in Oloitoktok, you sort of like wrapped up everything that I wanted to say. And when we talk about climate resilience, our focus often is on 3 things. It's on drought, floods, and changing weather patterns. But from where I sit, the question of resilience starts with one basic question, and which touches to the experience you went through. Can a farmer control the water when the rains fail? And that's the challenge you are having. You are not in full control of the water. And for millions of smallholder farmers in sub-Saharan Africa, they've entirely been depending on rainfall for their farming activities. And that comes with its own challenges, either from a productive point of view, from an income point of view, and from a resilience point of view. Because the challenge with rain-fed farming is, if you are lucky, you can achieve 1 or 2 harvests in a year. If you are lucky. If you just go across here to Matu, in Ukambani, they only experience rains once in a year. So that means these families, at most they have food, they are food secure for maybe 2 or 3 months. So the rest of the year, these guys slide back into poverty, both from a food point of view and from an income point of view. So really, irrigation plays a very key role. And what it does, it gives the farmer the leverage to become independent of the changing weather patterns, independent of the rain. And how I look at it, I always define it that this is a question of democracy. That irrigation democratizes, forgive me for my English, water access and water management. Because it moves you away from depending on rainfall, and in situations even where we've had irrigation technologies, and this has been happening on large-scale farms, on big government schemes, irrigation at that smallholder farmer level brings that democracy that the farmer is now able to control water at the farm level, at that household level. And in our view, over the last 20 plus years that we've been promoting irrigation, that's the transformation we have seen, that now farmers are now able to control water at their household level, at their farm level, independent of the rain. And then, of course, now that brings about the question of technology. What has been the evolution of irrigation for smallholder farmers in sub-Saharan Africa? And you mentioned a few, you gave a few, some data. Of course, in Africa, about between 4 to 6% of farmland is under irrigation. In India, it's over 50%. In Asia, it's over 40%. In Latin America, we are talking between 14 to 16% of farmland is under irrigation. And you'll wonder why, if you go to a supermarket, you find rice from Pakistan, rice from Vietnam, rice from... Why? Because of that. And in fact, in Kenya, if you look at individual countries, it is less than 2% of farmland is under irrigation. In fact, the 6% is driven by large commercial farms in South Africa, Madagascar, and the Sudan. And Madagascar is not even on the African continent. So if you are looking at the individual African countries, even a big country like Nigeria, we are talking about less than 2% of farmland is under irrigation. Yet the potential for irrigation in sub-Saharan Africa is huge. We are talking about close to 20 million smallholder farmers in sub-Saharan Africa have access to some form of surface or groundwater that can easily be tapped and be put into irrigating their crops. That's the truth, because everywhere you go in our rural areas, you come across surface water, shallow groundwater, streams, rivers, ponds. These are things that can easily be tapped and be used for production. Yet, that is not happening. In fact, statistics show that less than 5% and less than 10%, or respectively, of both surface and shallow groundwater of Africa is being used for irrigation. So I'll just pause at that, and then maybe later on I can talk about the evolution of irrigation technologies suitable for smallholder farmers in sub-Saharan Africa.
Thank you so much, Peter. Lavender, you track the data, yeah? And when we say seasons are now unpredictable, what does that mean in reality?
Wow, that's a question that we are currently experiencing in real time at Climate 360. We've largely talked about maize in this room. The harvest season is around now, and people who harvested a bit earlier. There is a farmer that we particularly work with through one of our associations who took a loan of 130,000 to plant a 3-acre farm of maize. And they were called in. We could look at the patterns in Meru region around Kira, and we have partners who came in and were giving advisory. And there are 3 things that play when it comes to data that's actionable for farmers. So I can categorize them in basically 4 parts. So we have the initial predict and prepare, so data that's given to farmers so that they're able to prepare for climate shocks or basically prepare for their planting season. So we have that one set. Then the next one is for them to grow and optimize. So we are looking at data that helps them with the kind of fertilizer to use, other things to install in their farms like irrigation systems, anything that helps them to grow and optimize their produce. Then we have the 4th category, which is the finance and protect. Basically, are they able to finance their farming, in this case, the farmer who took a loan to plant the maize, and then market and prosper, which is, are they able to access markets? If, in fact, you can influence a farmer's behavior by telling them, I have a ready market for A, B, C, and D, and this might not be a plant that you plant, but you have your soil conditions allow. So if you're able to plant this, I will take to market. They will consider it, is what I'll say. So we have these 4 categories that are very, very important when you're thinking about how do we use our data to change solutions, to provide solutions that change the farmer's behavior, one, and also they're able to protect the farmer's income at the end of the season. So this example for this particular farmer took 130K, was able to get a financier, planted, got it wrong at the fertilizer stage, burnt through half of the farm, was remaining with the other half, was encouraged to keep going with this other half. There were rains, so she was advised to harvest before, like ahead of time, because she was not going to harvest enough to take to market. So she had market uptakers who were telling her at least we'll be able to sell to people who have cows, so on and forth. And then she decided to stay and be a resilient farmer. And at the end of the day, she harvested and made 25,000 out of the 3-acre farm. So we have partners like KCB who are waiting for the loan to be paid back by the farmer. And this farmer has not even made enough to be able to make a livelihood out of. So the situation on ground is really the solutions that you're having on the tech side are quite fragmented currently. They're all using data. They've been availed to data, Calro, etc., so many partnerships. But then the question becomes, yes, these exist, but how do we bring them together so that a farmer like the one we have in Meru can be able to, there are so many points where interventions could have happened beyond irrigation at the fertilizer stage where she lost 7,000, all impacting the final loan that she took. So there's a lot of work to be done on a data level, one on the collection, availability, so on and forth, but I think there are quite good interventions working on that. But on the actions on ground, there's still a huge gap of where data can come in play and how that data can actually be actioned on ground for such a farmer who we can't argue they didn't receive financing because they did, but yet the adverse effects of climate and other players come into question.
Thank you. That's a very sad story. Yeah, but it's the reality. Peter, I'm glad you've talked about technology evolution, and I read that company is about to launch a new solar-powered irrigation pump. What came to mind was, how is this different? How is it going to change a farmer's daily routine? And more importantly, can these farmers, so as you hear, they are making losses, can afford it?
Thank you so much. So let me give a bit of a journey, what I call democratizing water and bringing the power back to the farmer, moving it away from the farmer depending on the weather, rain, and even on big government scheme, and bringing it at the household level. And so we've seen this evolution. Of course, farmers who are entrepreneurial enough, they want to get into farming for purposes of not only food for their family, but for purposes of also making money. Because the number one need of a poor person is a way to make money. Because farmers, at their level, they have so many needs. They need to take their kids to school. They need to take care of their health care. They need to live in good homes. I mean, they just have the needs that us folks here in Nairobi, we have. So we have to address that question of income, which now brings to your question of affordability. Because people will afford a technology if they have the money. They are empowered to buy it. And so we have seen this evolution from bucket irrigation, farmer using watering cans to irrigate their crops. Of course, ropes and pulleys, we've seen this. This has evolved into manual pumps, human-powered pumps, the treadle pumps, and that's what we've been promoting for the last 20 years plus, the treadle pump and the hand pump. And then, of course, we have the petrol pumps and the diesel pumps and the electric pumps. And now, of course, we also have farming as irrigation as a business where you hire somebody to come on your farm and they irrigate for you. And now the emerging technology, which is solar pump. Now, all these technologies are available in the market. If you go everywhere in our agrovet shops, there are solar pumps. I mean, there are petrol pumps, there are diesel pumps, electric pumps. But in our rural areas, we are not connected to the national grid. We don't have electricity in our homes. So an electric pump is not useful for a farmer in Busia, in a village in Kakamega or in Matu. Diesel and petrol pumps, yes, they are available. Some of them are very cheap, but running them is very expensive because you need to fuel it. It breaks down, you need to maintain it. The technicians are not readily available. If they are available, they are very expensive. Buying fuel is an expense in itself because you have to walk for 5 kilometers to go to the nearest petrol station to buy fuel. So you are spending money to buy the fuel. And storing petrol is also very dangerous. So where do you store it? You need to buy 10 liters or 20 liters to last you for 3 weeks. Where do you store it? People in the villages live in small huts. So all these technologies are available in the market. They have their own challenges. And that's why they are not readily available to the farmer. That's why we don't see them with the farmers. We go out there, as somebody said here, over 67% of people in Africa live in the rural areas. Over 80% of those people who live in the rural areas are smallholder farmers. The only economic activity, and the professor here alluded to that, is farming. Even here in Kenya, that's what is driving the economy. And these people are producing 80% of the food that we are consuming. So they are a very big player in the ecosystem. We need to be thinking about smallholder farmers. We need to be empowering them. We need to be giving them the right tools and the right systems. So let me say this. Farmers will not adapt a technology because it's innovative. No. There are so many innovations around here. People don't adapt them, and especially farmers. Us guys in the cities, yes, we easily adopt technologies. We are the early adapters. But you go down to the villages, farmers don't adapt technologies because they are innovative. Farmers adapt technologies because they can afford them. And number two, the technologies solve a problem at hand. And number three, the technology must pay for itself. So to them, it's an investment. They are investing in a pump because the pump will help them make money and pay for itself. The farmer, come on, these people, they are living below the poverty line. So if the farmer saves 10,000 shillings to buy a tool, that tool must generate income for that farmer. If it doesn't, the farmer will not adopt it. They will not buy it. So what we've done as an organization is to develop affordable technologies. And our technology development is around a certain philosophy. We have like about 10 criteria that any technology we develop must meet. Of course, it has to be affordable. It has to be easy to use and maintain. So our pumps, the farmer can maintain them on their own. They do not require technicians. And they can maintain them with their hands. They do not need to invest in tools, because even in our homes, if my bed breaks down, I don't even have a spanner in my house. So what of that rural farmer in the village there? They don't invest in hammers and in spanners and screwdrivers. So we develop a technology that when it breaks down, the farmer can troubleshoot on their own. And it has very few breaking parts. So that has been our philosophy. It has to be gender friendly. Somebody said here, majority of the farmers, even here in Kenya, are who? Women. So it has to be a technology that is gender friendly. It has to be light, that the farmer can carry it to their farm and come and store it back at home. So a lot of the technology you have out here, they are bulky, they are very heavy. If you need to take them to the farm, you need to hire a boda, you need to hire a mkokoteni, or even a pickup. That's another expense. And it has to be able to operate in any type of water. Because the waters farmers have access to out there is dirty, salty, muddy, sandy. This is the type of water. So you need to give them a technology that is very tidy, that can work in any type of water. Our pumps can operate in Mombasa, where water is very salty. It can work in a very muddy place, in a very sandy place, and all that. It only has two parts that are replaceable. Those are the rubber caps. So that is the same philosophy we've been working on the solar pump. And why? It has taken us 9 years to develop the solar pump. We are planning to launch our first generation of solar pump by the end of this year. It's taken us 9 years. Why? Because we've been trying to address the challenges that the solar pumps that are in the market have. Number one, they are very bulky. A solar pump has a 200-watt panel. Do you know how big a 200-watt panel looks like? People who understand solar panels, it's this big, like almost 1.5 meters. So, and our people don't farm in their homes. They farm on farms away from their homes. So they needed to carry this tool from their home to the farm, and because of security, they still need to carry it back home to secure it. So you need to give them something that is light. So the solar pump we are planning to launch later this year meets that philosophy. In fact, the size of the pump itself, I think, is the size of this phone, the pump itself. It comes with a 60-watt panel, something a farmer can carry. And if I just take you back to our human-powered pumps, our treadle pumps only weigh 16 kilograms. Now, our women carry 20-liter jerrycan of water on their back. That is 20 kgs. So our treadle pump only weighs 16 kilograms. Our hand pump, which looks like a bicycle pump, I wish I had brought them here, only weighs 2.5 kilograms. That's a 2 packet of sugar. So very light to carry, quite affordable. So it's the same philosophy we have carried over to the development of our solar pump. So, and then there's the issue of affordability. I don't know if there's anybody here who has bought a solar pump. I think the cheapest solar pump in Kenya right now should be around maybe $400, $450. Talking about 50,000 plus. And it goes all the way to 200,000, 300,000. Now, for a smallholder farmer in Oloitoktok, even 10,000 shillings is a lot of money. So you really need to give them something that they can afford. Our end result for the solar pump, the Moneymaker solar pump that we are planning to launch in 2.5 years from now, after the first generation, we are targeting something like around $200. And that is the complete set of the pump, the panel, the cable, plus the hoses. A plug-and-play system, the farmer buys, they go into the farm, and they start farming. So that's been our philosophy around technology development. It's around affordability, usability, and income generating. The technology must meet those three things. Otherwise, it will not be adaptable. Farmers will not adapt it. If something is not affordable, farmers will not. If it's not usable to their needs, it has to address their needs. And number three, it has to generate income for them. This is not a toy. This is not a TV that they are going to put in their home for display. This is something they need, they are investing. To them, it's an investment. So it has to have an ROI. It has to return something to them. That's what we hope the solar pump. But there are so many solar pumps. The question is, and for those people, we have farmers there, why are there not so many of these technologies out there in use? Yet, if you go to the shops, they are there. If you go to Davish and Shatleaf, you'll find a range of so many pumps. Solar pumps, electric pumps, diesel pumps. But if you go to our rural homes, why are farmers not having these technologies? Because of some of these challenges that we are talking about affordability, about usability, after sales service. When this technology breaks down, how is the farmer going to be easily going to be helped?
Thank you so much, Peter. We can't wait to get the solar irrigation pump. Lavender, I was supposed to ask you more about access, but allow me to just take a question from online. There's someone called Openda Francis who asked, even as we focus on climate change and its impact on agriculture, are we addressing the twin problem of land fragmentation, like let's say in Kajiado, Kiambu, and parts of Machakos? I don't know who would like to take that. Lavender, are you able to take that? Land, the way we are taking land to now start buildings, you know, like the way we no longer have coffee farms in Kiambu. Those are places that used to produce harvest, but now they're all taken up by high-rise apartments.
Thank you for that question. That is actually something that has happened. We spent at Climate 360 a majority of 2024 around April dodging the flood that was sweeping coffee farms, because we were called in a bit late. So there's even one whose coffee farm had slightly shifted from the floods. And we checked in many months later, in 2025, almost a year, and they'd sold their land for real estate development. Some guy with containers who wanted to put up a small shopping area. So unfortunately, that's something that we are seeing. when it comes to agriculture, not at large scale yet. But this is solely because when it comes to land, there are so many things that come into play, all the way from ownership to how much that land is returning, right? So if a farmer, and there's also the generational shift where you see someone is probably like transitioning, they're in their 70s, they're giving their land to their younger family members, and they don't know much about agriculture. So the easiest thing to do is do the same thing. So for this to be adequately addressed, we have to make sure that agriculture is profitable. As he said, there are so many factors, even for something like irrigation, that come into play when it comes to how a farmer makes a decision. If the institutions that cover during climate shocks don't step in to innovate, if I incur loss, I'm definitely going to reconsider to plant in the next coming season. It's very hard right now to convince my peers to go into agriculture, especially with climate change that's currently happening. So their profitability comes with several layers that I'm happy to dive in a bit later, but the hope is we are not at the place where it's not salvageable. So where do we, from storytelling, the journalists here, the stories we tell play a big impact on whether young people are going to go into agriculture or the right partners are going to come in to make agriculture profitable. So there is no shortcut around it. It has to make money. If not, we are going to see a lot of that happening in the next coming years.
Thank you. Because we are running out of time, I'll just rush through the final questions. But there's an important question to Lavender about access. So there's, how do you ensure that that mother or that maybe, and we know that agriculture, a lot of people who are farming at the moment are actually the aged, above 50 and above. How do you make sure that this data is in their hands, considering they might not have a degree, they might not have even the bundles or the smartphones? And how do you ensure also women who are actually the farmers but don't own the land actually have this access to this important information?
Fantastic. So the gap between technology and the access to it lies in how we evaluate the touch points. We have to look beyond just the phone being the touch point and tap into what is currently happening at the last mile. So how are we innovating within areas that farmers are already aggregating in, like the cooperatives, the chamas? How do we look at this different from what's happening maybe in the larger global south or in the Western countries? So we really have to think to innovate two-way. One, we are innovating on the technology, we are making better pumps, and two, we are thinking about what are the touch points that actually matter at a community level. So if it is trying to merge the innovations between the chamas and the innovations between the guys do the solar pumps, trying to look at, okay, how are cooperatives aggregating, disseminating information, and what are the other ways that we can innovate just within the touchpoint area. For example, I know a lot of really innovative startups that are working within the education and language barrier. So they're using AI to have one piece of information be translated into African languages. So innovation at this point, especially for the continent, cannot just be one way. Whereas other regions, they can just focus on, hard tech. How do we build better hardware? How do we build better software? We need to innovate in those two ways, because the infrastructural barriers that come for Africa, that come up for African innovators, like connectivity, so on and forth, now push us. We even have to think beyond USSD, right? So what are ways can we train voice models to do A, B, C, and D, and have the same message reach 100 more people than it did maybe last year when people were just thinking about USSD channels. So with the current frontier technologies that we have, all we have to do is go the extra step and think about how do our communities aggregate and how do they distribute. That in itself is bound to increase the access to the technologies as well.
Thank you. As we come to almost the end, I promise. Peter, you've told us a very good story, very inspiring, but there's nothing that doesn't have a challenge. But so very briefly, what would you say are your biggest headaches right now?
Thanks. So let me talk, look at it this way. So in terms of how we can scale climate resilience technology across sub-Saharan Africa. And one of the things I want to say is technology alone is not enough. So you can have the pump, you can have the tool like some of the tools we've talked about here, but making them available to the users, that's what's key. So, so if you look in terms of the challenge, of course, is you have to think about market access. So yes, you have the technology, you have to think about market access. You have to create a lot of awareness. Somebody talked here about, somebody was asking from Siaya, how do you make that farmer understand that something is changing? And there's a lot of behavior change that needs to happen, so you need to invest in that. The other thing I want to say is when you develop technology, it has to be people-centered. So you have to develop from, in this case, from the farmer's point of view. Otherwise, you'll be develop something that farmers don't want. And so that has been one of the biggest challenge, and that's the point I was making. We have so many of these technologies out here, but why are people not adapting them? The other issue is about scalability, and Davis made a point about partnerships. If we really want to scale things, especially climate smart technologies around Africa, we need to build partnerships. Partnerships with government, the private sector, with farmer groups, and all the players in the ecosystem. And then the other thing, of course, you have to build resilient market systems. Very, very important. I think in the work that we've done, we've seen challenges around those four areas, that people are coming up with new tools and new technologies, but they are not built with the users in mind. And people, you have a lot of technology that are coming in from other countries, but they are not being adaptable because they are not developed with the users in mind. And then, of course, just having very weak market systems, building the right ecosystem of distributors and the dealers, so that the farmer in Migori can get the technology nearest where they are. They don't have to come for it in Nairobi. And then the other big issue right now is around financing. So these tools and these technologies are very expensive. And without Davis, who is in that ecosystem, with the collapse or dwindling ODA, we've seen the collapse of USAID. A lot of money that has been channeled supporting this farmer is now being taken away. Now, how can you build resilience around that so that there is financing with banks, microfinance institutions, cooperative societies, so that farmers can easily access financing to acquire these tools?
Thank you so much, Peter. My final question is to Lavender. I know. if there are journalists here and there are editors, if there is one story that you would want, you think is not being told, what would that be? Just one story, and what message would you want to send to them?
Interesting. That's a tough choice. The one I would pick is for them to encourage more young people to get into climate smart agriculture. Africa's average population is 19 years compared to other continents, and we will be the highest population by 2050. The only advantage we have as a continent right now is not technology. We are not building frontier technology. We don't have compute power. We are not building the open AIs, but we have young people. We are the youngest continent right now and in a long time. Our leverage is also agriculture, with 65% of the most arable land being here. Growing population, land. Let's get more young people into agriculture and make it something that makes sense for them.
Thank you so much, Peter. Thank you so much, Lavenda. Sorry, colleagues, for taking a little more time. So I think my takeaway is that we have the solution right here. So let's use them to be able to have resilient harvests. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Perhaps you could stand here for a photograph. Remember, we are still tweeting under the hashtag Resilient Harvests. I see Tom Jalio. Tom Jalio should be our number one. Tom is really tweeting. Linda Batch, I've seen your tweet. Please also follow Kenya Editors Guild. We are at 12.9K followers. I'll be very happy if we live here with 13,000 followers, because people like Martin Masai will follow us. Martin, do you follow us on X? Thank you so much. Our photography team will be sharing also the link or the QR code to the photos. Make sure you retweet and you tweet as well. At this particular point, please allow me to introduce or welcome Agnes Aleyo from KCB Bank Group, because hawa ndio watu wa pesa vile vile, people with money. Agnes, karibu sana. A clap for Agnes as she comes. Caroline, you could help me bring back the... But you smell money, Carol. Just a minute. There. Okay, Carol, you can proceed from here.
Is it okay if I stand here? Okay. Mine, I will focus on 3 specific things. 1, what I do at the bank. 2, what 5 practical actions KCB is doing to support women in business. For the men, we love you as a bank, and we support you. Then 3, I will also go through the keys speaking notes that I was supposed to do. So I am the only lucky person that I am employed with a vast group of employers called women. So my work at the bank, I handle the women portfolio, dubbed Female-Led and Made Enterprises. FLAME, Female-Led and Made Enterprises. So it could either be a registered business or unregistered business. And what I mean by owned, it could be the man in your life has opened a business, they own the business, but every other day, wewe ndio unafungua biashara na kufunga. So in that particular scenario, who is the owner? Sorry? It's the man, right? But who is leading the business? The woman. So it is a woman-led and made enterprise. So that is what I do at the bank. Then 5 practical questions. Remember, we are looking at how can we become resilient and also enable us have good harvests. How many of us know the Luya saying? There is a famous Luya saying nowadays, after COVID, that any meeting without food should be done. Yes. Any meeting without food should either be done virtually or send an email. So thank God, KEG, at least you fed us. So the meeting was physical. So with that in mind, then we need to have a continuous food harvest. So picking from where Lavender and Peter left, because Peter really kept insisting on, we need to have practical innovations that are also helping our society. And Lavender said, yes, financing is there, but how can we also protect our women from loss? So number one, I will talk about the irrigation. KCB as a bank finances irrigation systems, whether drip or the other irrigation system. So depending on what kind of irrigation you want to do, because we also realized most women might not have the vast land, but also they might have the land, but they don't have the water. So we still finance that. Number two, we talked about vertical fishing. I remember there was somewhere. Yes, vertical fishing. They are actually called recirculating aquaculture system, RAS. Recirculating aquaculture system, where now KCB is able to finance that technology. You are able to do vertical fish ponds. Lack of a better word, you are actually able to do vertical fish ponds. So the farmer in Siaya, you can start from there. Yeah, vertical fish ponds. We don't have to go to the lake. We are together there? Asante, I was wondering, I will not get the opportunity to catwalk here. So thank you so much. Okay, hope I'm audible enough. Good. So apart from the fish farming and its value chain and the recirculating aquaculture system, also KCB finances those vertical kitchen gardens. Remember, our women, however much we have vast land owned as a family, you will let me put this in Kiswahili. Tutakatiwa kakona, sindio? So we are trying to make you understand that your kakona can also produce groceries and be able to even sell them out. So we also finance those vertical farms. Then number three, we also do what we call awareness and capacity building, because in some areas you find the women have the land, the women have the money, but they don't have the awareness, the technology Lavender is talking about. So that particular continuous education and training of our women, then we are able to let them know that this is existing and this is how we can make production better. And I will use an example. Nowadays, after harvesting maize, I know there was the first panel that talked about planting maize. Where I come from, we must plant some maize. Yeah, whether we will harvest or not, we need to plant some maize. You need to show that there is some maize. So after harvesting maize, you don't, it used to be called in school, I think, mulching. So instead of continuous cultivating of the land, you pick the maize stalks, you lay them down for the next season. Instead of continuous cultivating your land and draining the nutrients, you just do mulching of the maize stalks. Then when it gets to next harvesting, you plant. So that is the sensitization we are also doing. And that you will not be able to do it in Nairobi. You have to go right into the village and create awareness to our farmers in the rural areas. And Peter, now I have answered your question that we need practical situation. Remember, this one you don't require any capital. It is just the maize stalk you have harvested, you do mulching, and you plant for the next season. Still, we fund solarization, and Peter, you said affordability, electricity, diesel, and all that. We do also do solarization of our farms, so we finance them. Then there is the beauty of affordable financing, what we call blended financing. And blended financing, we need to create awareness that out here, there are guarantees that support climate smart agriculture. So our women are able to access finance, blended finance that is also at a lower interest and affordable to them. And this includes grants and guarantees. And the money is there. It's only that we need to create awareness and tell our women, hey, look here, there is blended finance as long as you are involved in this particular type of agriculture, what we are calling climate smart agriculture or sustainable agriculture. Now, and still at the bank, and there is an ask that kept on emerging when the panel was here, that as you plant or as you farm, then you need to be able to access market, you need to be able to access network. And still, at the bank, we offer the same through our non-financial arm, where we do training and capacity building, coaching and mentorship, access to network, and access to markets. So we will bring all of you in a room. Then the person doing poultry is able to sell eggs to another person who needs the eggs. So we are able to also provide access to markets. Now, back to the notes that I was given to come and read. Hope I am doing justice. So it's an honor to be here and to join you in this important conversation on climate smart agriculture and resilient building within Kenya's agricultural sector. Ladies and gentlemen, as we discuss, it is important to recognize that many of the solutions already exist, and Peter alluded to that, from weather intelligence, and Paul, was it Paul? Yeah, and Paul said that we need to, only that he said he's allergic to the word keg, so I don't know what you will do. So from weather intelligence tools and digital advisory platforms to resilient seed technologies, mechanization, and solar-powered irrigation systems. Innovation is providing farmers with practical tools to adapt and improve productivity. However, the greatest challenge is not availability of technology, but access to affordable financing that enables farmers to adapt it. Many farmers understand the value of irrigation system, improved inputs, renewable energy solutions, and modern farming equipments. The challenge is that these investments require capital, and without accessible to affordable financing, even the most transformative technologies struggle to achieve a meaningful scale. This is where financial institutions have a critical role to play, and KCB is one of the financial institutions in Kenya. The future of climate smart agriculture will depend not only on innovation, but also on our collective ability to finance adoption and support farmers throughout their transition journey. At KCB, I am happy to report that we have a female-led and made enterprise, which is a whole department, and it is a customer value proposition, and we support women in business and also men, whether you are starting up to corporate level in farming. So when you are a startup, we are able to train, capacity build, and offer you starting kits for you to be able to start farming. And I will use an example of poultry rearing. We are able to train you, capacity build you, and give you around 100 chicks to start with. So most importantly, addressing climate risk at scale requires strong partnerships and innovative financing mechanism. Earlier this year, KCB Bank Kenya secured an approval of 12.5 billion in Kenya shillings to finance facility from Green Climate Fund to support climate smart investments among farmers and MSMEs. Sio tumesikia?
Vizuri sana.
Kuna pesa.
Yes.
As if that is not enough, we also have 250 million USD from British International Investment and the Africa Development Bank, that is AFDB, to strengthen lending to climate-related projects as well as businesses owned by women and young people. Gen Z, hello?
Hello.
Good. I'm also a Gen Z. These investments reflect a broader shift within financial sector towards financial solutions that generate both economic and environmental value. Climate resilience is no longer solely an environmental agenda. It is increasingly a business, food security, and economic growth agenda. So it's no longer an environmental agenda, but it is an increasingly business. It's a business, we agree. Number two, agriculture provides us with food security. And number three, it's also an economic growth agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward, our focus must remain on ensuring that climate-smart technologies are not only available, but also accessible and affordable to the farmers who need them most. At KCB, we remain committed to supporting this transition through innovative financing, strategic partnerships, and inclusive programs that empowers farmers, particularly women and youth, to invest in a more resilient and sustainable future. I thank Kenya Editors Guild once again for creating this important platform and for championing conversations that contribute to the long-term sustainability and competitiveness of Kenya's agricultural sector.
True.
How many remember my name? I don't have dollars, but I have a gift.
Huh?
You are giving to support women and farmers. Are they loans, grants, or corporate social responsibility?
Remember, I said it cuts across. So there are, especially for startups, there is a part that will be a CSR, and there is a part that will also be a loan. However, when I said grants, guarantees, it is blended finance. So for example, so if the interest rate is at 17, okay, and you are doing climate smart agriculture, then you will get the loan at a lower rate because already the risk has been catalyzed by the guarantee. We are together? Okay.
Hanem, ndio maana amesimama pale. Okay.
Agnes, it's her name.
I need the full name.
She needs the full name ndio atoe pesa.
And I will say my mobile number. If you find it useful.
Gen Z?
If you find it useful sometimes.
Agnes Aleo.
Ah, very nice.
Agnes Aleo.
You have the dollars. Please, MC, share the dollars.
Thank you.
I will say my number. If you find it useful at one point, then please call me. And not, I'm giving you my personal mobile number. See your contact center.
True.
0707. Even if you call, it will ring from that table. 0707 555 643. 0707 555 643. If you forget everything, just remember ule women rep wa bank.
Sure. Agnes, I promise you our CEO will be calling you to engage further. Asante. Makofi kwa Agnes akikaa chini tafadhali. Ladies and gentlemen, we only have 2 remaining speakers to be here. Then we shall be done. So the next on stage is a lady from Ipsos. Her name is Koi, if I'm not wrong. Koi. That's why I've taken time to pronounce it. Makofi kwa Koi akikuja. She promises me she'll use 10 minutes, then she'll be done. IT, I'm sure her presentation is somewhere there, right? Yes. Karibu Koi. Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know I'm standing between you and your lunch, so I'll be as quick as possible. But anyway, as IT brings up the presentation, we were speaking a lot about maize flour, talk about behavior change as well. And before I kick off, I want to ask you, just shout out loud, if you're to buy maize flour today, which brand are you going to buy? Don't think too hard.
Raha.
I can't hear. Raha.
Goro Goro.
A maize, okay.
Akisiagi.
Soko. So I think a lot about the brands that we're talking about, these are shortcuts in our minds, right? Shortcuts as solutions to food for our homes and for our families. So as Ipsos, we partnered with BSD Group, which is an agency, and the CEO of BSD Group actually approached us as Ipsos and said, we want to really figure out what are the brands that women love. But beyond what they love, what impact are these brands having in the lives of women today? So in our partnership, we formed a study that we self-funded for 4 years called the Top 100 Most Loved Brands by Women in Kenya. And what I'll be sharing from you are some of the findings from the latest study. Was done 2 years ago. And we're looking at ways in which we can partner with people like yourselves to really enrich the study for our next wave. So our wave 5 coming up. So we can move on to the next slide. Now, the way in which we do this is usually we run the study, we have a launch, similar to what we've had today. We speak about the findings, we have a panel discussion, looking at what do we need to socialize amongst marketers, amongst people who are impacting development, about women in Kenya and the role that they play, and what are we missing. Some of the things that we've been able to find from this study, and I want you to let me know if this is something new to you. When we looked at mothers in Kenya, we wanted to ask, do the mothers live with the father of their children? And we found that about 1 in 2 mothers do not, right? So they are running the household, typically with their own income. And we've also seen an emergence of what we're calling sandwich homes. These are homes, obviously, where we've got different generations, so young mothers with their kids and with their parents in one home. So look at what does that mean for the budget, what does that mean for brand choice, and what does that mean for cost of living and how they navigate that. So these are discussions that we have just to make sure that we understand what is the context of our society. Here we've spoken a lot about the innovations that we have within the climate smart agriculture space. It's my first time hearing about agriculture, climate smart solutions, so very insightful. But I think we need to look at how do we turn this into shortcuts for women. We spoke about women farmers and the impact in Kenya. How do we turn this into shortcuts so that they can actually provide for their families? So as we move on to the next slide, I want to just show us a few insights. A bit about how we do the study and then a few insights on women in farming. So the way in which we go about it is we look at sampling 1,000 women across Kenya. And we want to sample women from what we call our heritage provinces, and making sure we can speak to women in rural areas, in urban areas, across socioeconomic classes, and obviously across age groups. We're looking at 18 plus, people or women who can make decisions and who can, sign legal documents. And sometimes we go back and we say we want to have conversations with these women, just to understand a bit more about why are they behaving the way they do, and why are they choosing the brands that they choose. So as we move on to the next slide, I want us to really look at what is it that is important to women in Kenya. Now, across this study, we want to get a 360 view of the Kenyan women. We speak about things like banking and finance. And I know some of the insights from this study actually informed what Agnes was speaking about earlier, the flame proposition that KCB has. We speak about things like agriculture. We speak about things like beverages across the board. And we want to find out what role do women play in choosing the brands across these categories. And I don't know who it was earlier in the morning, whether it was Paul or Mr. Recho, who was saying that about 25% of our GDP is driven by agriculture. And through our study, we found about 21% of Kenyan women use or influence the purchase of agriculture products and services. So all the solutions we're talking about, I love the initiatives we've been hearing about. Tomorrow Now, that nice kind of community you have with 5 million farmers, informing them on a day-to-day basis, or regular basis as to what they should do when it comes to farming, using AI, to inform farming decisions, and also irrigation as well. So all these solutions are things that are brilliant, but we need to make sure that they can get into the minds of women farmers so that it is top of mind. When they're thinking of solutions, they're like, this is the one that's going to help me feed my family. Now we find that, as we know, 85% of women who are purchasing these products and services directly geared to agricultural products are living in rural areas. We spoke about women who are farming today, or people who are farming today tend to be the older population. So 56% are 35 years and above. So it still means, it's not a bad proportion we have for the youth and largely Gen Z population that are involved in this, but how do we keep them engaged so that we help them stay relevant and make sure they make the right decisions as they acquire pieces of land from their families, I think had been mentioned earlier by Lavender. Now, when you look at what is it that is actually facing women, the biggest issue that they have, and wave on wave, or the past 4 waves, it is a high cost of living, which obviously is directly intensified by climate-related impacts on food cost and availability. I love the discussion we had about affordability of solutions. But the fact that we have so many solutions and innovations around, are we able to make sure that there are shortcuts for the women in mind so that they can directly tackle this high cost of living that across the board, this is not just women farmers, 9 out of 10 women say that they're facing. Another thing that was brought up was issues to do with drought and flooding, which is a major concern for 22% of women. This is something that they told us, outright. And at the time, the last study was done in 2024, it was mainly in central and coast. So maybe things have changed for now. So it directly tells us that this is a key issue. This is something that we obviously cannot ignore, and it's something we must be addressing well. But beyond high cost of living, one of the staggering statistics that we found is that 42% of women say they have no access to capital to start or grow a business, right? And we know 21% are involved in agricultural processes. So what are we doing in terms of investment? How do we become that brand or that solution that women can call top of mind and say, yep, I need capital, I'm going to KCB, or I've got capital, I'm going to Kickstart, for example. And they'll be able to help me with at least getting some solutions for myself. So I think that's the stage we need to get, because we've got a lot of products and solutions that we have to address climate issues. Then from a wider perspective, how do we not just connect to women farmers, but women on a larger, on a larger scale? Because 7 out of 10 women, actually, if you move, sorry, I think we've gone way, way, way ahead. If we go backwards. Just for their farming. The other thing we spoke about was, how are we going to fuel or run, irrigation systems, for example, and how do we go about it? And yes, traditional cooking methods are, things that are popular, but we did see an emergence of brands in the LPG space and obviously in the affordable cooking space, if I can call it that, or bioethanol space. So these are brands that are already recognized. So there's obviously space for us as new brands or emerging solutions to take it up. Now, as we move on to the next slide, I want us to just look at a few statistics that speak about digital connectivity. And 96% of Kenyan women own a mobile phone. That's 96. We can reach almost every woman. Every adult woman in Kenya we can reach. And 52% of them own a smartphone. So obviously giving them access to the internet and a world of applications, provided it is cost-friendly and does not take up space on their device. And mobile money is ubiquitous. M-Pesa really is the most preferred brand among mobile money users. Again, this is something that we do know, but we want to be the M-Pesa with our solutions in our space. But I think something else we could leverage, we spoke about how do we impact behavior change at a community level. And when we look at that, we need to look at those community influences and how do we maybe leverage tech and leverage messaging services to create those communities for women on the ground, to make sure that we can have conversations, let me just say. Let it not just be a one-way street, but a two-way street between women and ourselves, just to make sure that we are building that, what we call brand love, brand resilient, closeness with them, so that they want to come to us for our products and for our solutions that we have. And as I wind up, I just want to talk about what it is that we're looking at going forward. And I will not give you my phone number, but I can give you my email address. And we're really looking at how do we enrich, what is it that we're doing within this study. So we're looking at it being a data for good flywheel. So our vision is really just to look at how do we partner with yourselves. If you've got questions that you want to load on, we can now make sure we can track and see, are our initiatives having impact? Do people know about them? Do the right people know about them? And how do we collaboratively impact policy and programs? So if you're interested to see how we can speak to more women in our next wave, please do reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A clap for Koi. Asante sana. Next, and of course the last person to speak. Koi, wamekupiga picha kweli?
Bado, but let me give you my email address.
Okay.
Email address is Koi, and the reason
yes,
there was a challenge pronouncing it, it's K-U-I dot karaoke, K-A-R-I-U-K-I at Ipsos. Ipsos is I-P-S-O-S. I'll repeat that, I-P-S-O-S.com. So please do reach out if you're interested. I'm also just sitting there in the corner, so feel free to come through. Thanks.
It's just interesting, Koi, that I'm learning you're doing a lot of things away from elections
in
and
fact,
research.
that's not our core business.
Thank you so much. Asante.
Thank
A clap
you,
for her. Good. Last but not least, Ronald. Karibu sana. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Laini ya huku hapo zamani, miaka imepita huko, kulikuwa mvua na nyesha mingi, tunapata chakula mingi sana. Lakini siku hii mvua ni kidogo sana, na weather ya huku siku hizi sio mzuri, mvua ni kidogo sana. Hii message nimepata hiyo mwaka ingine, nimeona ubadiliko sana. Hiyo mwaka umepita nimepanda na nikaona inanisaidia.
Like I said, my name is Ronald, and I'm also a farmer, proudly so. I know an image was given here of farmers who, you know, always bent in tattered clothes. This is how we look, just for your information, in 2025. Yeah, yeah, but I think it's been over 10 years now, me doing agriculture. I think I've met some of you when I was still advocating for youth in agriculture. And so I'm happy to say that that representation, as I transition now into adulthood from youth, is still there, and I'm really passionate about the fact that young people are getting themselves dirty and rolling up their sleeves. Tomorrow Now is a non-profit organization, and we really sit at the sweet spot where we enjoy to work in translating weather and agri information into very usable, accessible, and easy to understand advisories for smallholder farmers in Kenya. Of course, Kenya being the pioneer that it is, our work began here in Kenya about 5 years ago, and most of the things I've heard today are really what excites us as Tomorrow Now in the work that we do. One that I had was agricultural intelligence. That's really smart, I think. Let's give a clap for that. Because long is the time that we now need to transition from just being agricultural knowledge into agricultural, insights that can be able to drive the farmer's decision on the farm on a day-to-day basis. Number two that I had was translating knowledge and science to smallholder farmers. That for sure is at the core of what Tomorrow Now does. And really, our North Star is that we want to see 100 million, yes, you heard me right, 100 million weather-resilient farmers across Africa. And the beauty of that is that already the investment by governments to try and help digitize farmers. For instance, Kenya now has got about 7 million registered farmers. It's when I was still an activist in the youth space, I used to say, you're talking about youth farmers and you're not a young farmer, or the youth farmers themselves are not in the room. But the beauty about the new dispensation of work that the government is doing is talk about, if the KCB lady was here, she'll tell you about know your customer, right? So if you're serving a farmer, you must know that farmer. And that's what the government has done in registering 7 million farmers. They have about 43 variables about a farmer. Name, age, sex, marital status, name it, just before they can be able to even know the size of your plot. But think about those farmers in the KALRO database. 90% of those African smallholder farmers still depend on what? On the rain, unfortunately or fortunately so. And so their rainfall is their production is still dependent on when is the rain going to come. And so they ask themselves the questions that you've heard Michael asking. When is the right time for me to plant? When is the right time for me to apply fertilizer? When is the right time for me to spray? If you come to Nyari, where I farm, I lost that's about quarter of an acre of tomatoes, right? Because of the fact that I didn't know it was gonna rain, but it started raining, and then I got late blight. If I knew, I would have done a preventive. Those are the stories like I've heard from my sister as well, who was farming in Oloitoktok. And this is how blind our farmers have been over the time. But for us at Tomorrow Now, as we see the millions of farmers in their plight to be able to get better in productivity, we see the work that we do in translating weather and agronomic knowledge into actionable advisories. And how do we do that, somebody could ask. Farmers could be in the same county, but they need and they have to plant at different times. And this is where Dr. Hilda mentioned about our suitable planting window model that is able to tell a farmer, even if you're in the same location, that you hold off the rains that you just saw on your farm are just the false rain. It's a false start. And the same county, the other farmer, maybe about 5 or 4 kilometers away, you can plant. Because when you look at the model, based on the soil moisture data, we can see the moisture content available in the soil is enough for your seed to germinate. And so we want to make sure that at the point that the farmer is sowing the seed, the environment is right for that seed to germinate. Because as you know, if you miss the optimal planting window, right, by even a few days, you impact your yield by 10 to 20%. That is guaranteed. And so we want to make sure that we help the farmer make the right decision at the right time based on the good work that my colleagues from the Kenya Meteorological have been doing to ensure that we have quality, forecasts that can help us to be able to drive those decisions. Part of our work and most of our work have been validated. One Acre Fund did a study based off on their farmer experience, and this was against us as well, CalRO's 1 million plus planting date, and it showed that we are optimally improving that decision over farmer. Lastly, for us at Tomorrow Now, just like Davis said, I think that should be the buzzword as well, partnerships. We as Tomorrow Now are just a facilitator. We catalyze the investment from different donors to be able to, build the work that we do on improving the models that are available, or just improving the agromet intelligence. So agriculture and the meteorological data put together to be able to drive decisions for farmers on farm. And so we deliver these particular advisories through majorly government partners, because for us to reach more farmers at scale, we have to work with them who have the means and the trust with the farmer. We don't own the relationship with the farmer. CalRO does, ISDA does, Region Organics does, and that's where the node of impact really is. Okay. And so as I end this is not a pilot anymore. If you're serving 5.3 million farmers in Kenya, that's not a pilot. If you're serving other farmers in other jurisdictions like Nigeria, as well as Malawi and Zambia, where we're working in, it shows that this locally led innovation is able to really change the lives of farmers and is built to last. We join you today, very excited for the discussions that have gone ahead, but lastly is to say welcome to Tomorrow Now, to join us to meet the 100 million weather resilient farmers in Africa. Thank you.
Asante sana. Where are your offices now that you've told us? Tukuje kesho.
Thank you very much. Tomorrow Now is available. You can speak to us either through our social media platforms.
Okay.
You can speak to us, myself and Kenneth, our regional coordinators, covering this part of Africa. You can get our contacts, are always available on the website. We look forward to chatting with you soon.
Asante sana. A clap for Ronald. Good stuff, Ronald. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our meeting today. Please allow me to call upon Andy Kagwa, who is the council member, Kenya Editors Guild for Print, to give us a vote of thanks. I'm informed by Carol that lunch will be served on the same floor, but the other end where meetings are also held, not 5th floor. Sawa sawa? Yes, past the lift, then tutaenda kule upande mwingine. Andy.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all of you. Yes. Henix, thank you for the ambush, but I'll see whether I can do justice to this. There's something I picked from Koi, and we are all communicators in this field. And she said that community is built on communication. That is deep. We are all communicators, and that is what we need to take away from this discussion. Community is built on communication. Whatever we do, we have spent hours here discussing various issues on agriculture, resilient harvest, and that is what I want us to take away from this session. Communication, communication, communication. I'll go and read a few remarks, and not remarks, a vote of thanks. But first, what I need to do is thank all of you first for being patient until this moment. I know I'm standing between you and lunch. I'll be very, very fast. Let me just see what I have here that have been prepared very fast. As we come to the end of today's press club on resilient harvests, building climate-smart agriculture for Kenya's future, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to each one of you for your participation and contribution to this important conversation. Today's discussions have reminded us that climate change is not a distant challenge. It is already shaping the lives, livelihoods, and food security of millions of Kenyans. We have heard about the realities of drought, floods, and changing weather patterns, but we have also heard something equally important, that solutions exist. Yes, we have had discussions today, and I think somebody asked about in academia, are those research findings lying in shelves? And Dr. Redea explained very well that there is something happening. Yes, that solutions exist. From climate-smart agriculture and resilient seed systems to weather intelligence, irrigation innovations, county adaptation planning, and farmer-led resilience initiatives, today's speakers have demonstrated that there are practical pathways to building stronger and more resilient food systems. On behalf of the Kenya Editors Guild, I would like to express our deepest appreciation to our keynote speaker, Davis Muthini from Kenya Country Manager, Agri Kenya, and to all our distinguished speakers and panelists who generously shared their expertise, insights, and experiences throughout the morning. Special thanks to Madam Agnes Mwagangi, who was sitting in for the CEO, and the Kenya Editors Guild for their guidance and support. Other people worth mentioning, of course, we had a team here that has led us through the discussions. Need I mention Timothy Njagi, Paul Murage, Dr. John Recha, who I met a while ago at somewhere in Upper Hill with very fruitful discussions on something else related to this. Rose Waswa, Dr. Hilda Manzi, Dr. Anna Indeche, Peter Juma, Lavenda Birike, thank you very much. The Gen Z, very, very, very knowledgeable in her field. Koi Karaoke, good research by Ipsos, thank you very much. Agnes in absentia, understand she has left. And all our contributors who enriched our discussions. Our moderators must be mentioned. I listened to Henix, of course, as the MC. Zainab, is she still in the house?
Yes,
Zainab.
she's here.
Good job, Zainab. Yes, and Phyllis, thank you very much for enriching the discussions and taking the panel discussions to a notch higher, for expertly guiding the conversations and ensuring meaningful engagement. We are grateful to all our partners, I must say, as the Kenya Editors Guild, for their collaboration and commitment to strengthening public discourse on climate resilience and food systems transformation. To the journalists, of course, I cannot forget the journalists and editors present today. This convening was designed with you in mind. The Kenya Editors Guild believes that quality journalism has a critical role to play in informing public debate, holding institutions accountable, amplifying community voices, and highlighting solutions that can help communities adapt and thrive. As you live here today, we encourage you to continue telling the stories behind the statistics, the stories of farmers adapting to changing climates, innovators developing new technologies, counties investing in resilience, and communities finding solutions in the face of adversity. Let this not be the end of the conversation, because we all belong to newsrooms, we have our own outfits, we can take this discussion beyond this hotel room. Let it be the beginning of a stronger partnership between journalists, researchers, policymakers, innovators, and communities working towards a more secure and climate resilient Kenya. Okay. Thank you for your time, your engagement, and your commitment to impactful journalism. We wish you safe travels for those who are traveling and look forward to continuing this journey together. Thank you and have a wonderful afternoon. Asanteni sana. I did not add anything else. I know this is where the rubber meets the road. Asante sana, and thank you MC and the hotel for hosting us here. Thank you very
Asante
much.
Andy, makofi kwa Andy. Tusimame kwa wimbo wa taifa tukimaliza, then you are free to leave.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Karibuni Chamcha. Unajua Chamcha?
My name is Rosemary Okello Lale. Currently, I'm the director of the Africa Media Hub at the Strathmore University Business School. And I started this hub in 2018 when I left the Ford Foundation, where I was a program officer. And before then, I was actually the executive director of the Africa Women and Child Future Service, where we started with the colleagues in 1994. And the history of what we used to call it AWC Futures was a global media network of women journalists that started as a result of realizing that women's voices and children's rights were not being captured and reflected in the media. And most of the media houses never had policies around that. Neither did they have also capacity. So we took an initiative with various colleagues across the globe, especially within the southern part of Africa, initiated by Colleen Lomona, who was by that time the executive director of the Women's Future Service and also Interpress News Service that was based in New Delhi, that we need to start a platform for women. Hence, AWC, the Africa Women Future Service. The history of the Kenya Editors Guild can go back way in late 90s, when we were called to attend the Southern Africa Editors Guild Conference. By that time, Nelson Mandela was the president. And after the conference, we made a courtesy call to his office as the leaders of the media within the continent. And then he actually challenged us that you are here talking about the freedom of the media, the freedom of the people, democracy. And does the media as a sector have a regulatory body that can be able to actually monitor these policies in a manner that enhance the media growth, but also make the media serve the people, especially the marginalized community. And by that time, we're focusing on women and children, and also those who could not access the media. In South Africa, then we thought of, can we start the Africa? So we started the Africa Editors Guild there. And Matata Setu was the chair. I was the secretary of the Africa Editors Guild. And there's a colleague in actually Senegal who was now the deputy chair. So it was a continental body. So when I saw it being a continental body, when I came back home in Kenya, I realized that how can then the media in this country come together and also have a collective voice the way we had already created in the continent. So when I came back, I called the Editors Breakfast, as it was called, where the editors attended and actually told them they need to have a Kenya Editors Guild. And so Wangari Mwangi was that time the editor-in-chief of the nation, actually agreed with me and said that there's need for us to start it. So the editors from the nation, Standard, all the editors came together. And when we formed it, I again became the first secretary of the Kenya Editors Guild. there are quite a number of challenges we face, not only from internal, but also within the regulatory body, who felt that by the editors coming together was going to give a strong voice, was going to give a strong stand for, because whenever they wanted to use the media, they could only call one media houses. But when the editors were together, they were not only looking about the policy, but also the sector under which they were operating. For example, if a journalist was arrested, all the media could come together and say a statement and say that that's illegal, that's actually going against the human rights. And so it was a strong voice that also was actually recognized by the government. So especially when you are registering it. Yeah, we took time to register it. And Kalonzo, the then cabinet minister of information, helped us quite a lot. Yeah, and we visited him actually in his offices, whereby we presented a concept. Once he presented a concept, he was able to table it to the cabinet. And then thereafter, we formed the Kenya Editors Guild. And the Kenya Editors Guild was recognized now as a regulatory body. Not at that time, Media Council was not there. So then they said that the Kenya Editors Guild cannot be a regulatory. What can you form to make sure that this policy that KEG is trying to reinforce is articulated within the governance structure of the government? Hence, the Media Council was formed. It must have been late 90s because early 2000. The academia came in because the academia are the capacity builders. They are the knowledge enhancer, and they're the training stations where all the media practitioners pass through, like the Nairobi University, like the School of Journalism, various institutions within the country train journalists, even here at Strathmore. But we were saying that unless they can become as members, they will not be able to understand the culture and also the spectrum under which the media come. So they're coming in, bringing in the academic angle to the membership. Yeah. I think building a governance structure of KEG was critical, was very important. And KEG having its own offices, and KEG, the administrative office was separate from the governing structure that were now the secretary and the chair, which could only be there for few years, and then you are re-elected by members. So during our term, after I served 2 terms, then we had to leave for the other people to come in, because we are building leaders for tomorrow. We are building capacity. So we are kind of creating a lasting institution that is going to last. And going back to Nelson Mandela, what's the legacy are you leaving? I think funding should not be an issue for KEG, because KEG is a critical body that ensures that unless we have a regulatory and policy framework under which the media houses, and this includes private sector, comes in, will not have a media house that is working for the people. And even the business community, who sees media as a critical role in enhancing their business, might not find it viable. So it's of the interest of the general public. And when we talk about funding, as funding has changed, we are now talking about local philanthropy. Media houses, they make money. What kind of money percentage can they do to make sure that they give to KEG to strengthen KEG as part of the policy strengthening of their media houses? Thirdly, the government has got a role to play, because KEG actually has got even government representative, like the Voice of Kenya is part of it. The KBC, Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, is part of it, and all the government agencies. So it's we call a unitizing body that is bringing all the media practitioners from the community to the national. And KEG now is linked to the continental. And then continental is linking to the global. That is where the World Editors Guild come in. So it's a long-lasting body that cannot be allowed to die. So when now we agreed that KEG was going to be formed, there was an interim committee that was set up that I was actually spearheading. And that brought in Wagethi Mwangi, Joseph Odindo, Macharia Gaitho, Pamela Makotsi, Jane Godia, and there was, I think, quite a number of various editors.
Hamjambo, karibu sana katika kaunti ya Kilifi. Welcome to our 8th annual Editors Convention, where this year's conversation is anchored on 3 T's: truth, trust, and technology. Can we have truth without trust? Can we build trust without technology? And what role is media in Kenya playing in the digital age? Let's look at the numbers. Currently in Kenya, we have more than 27 million internet users, and everyone, including the media, is eyeing this audience for revenue generation. But good news is, media in Kenya is embracing AI and emerging tech for storytelling. However, it has proven to be an expensive venture. That's why we appeal for support, resources, and policy formulation that is media friendly. What about technology and safety and security of journalists? This remains a major challenge, both offline and online. Offline, more than 100 journalists were killed worldwide in 2024, and more than 500 were jailed. Online, we've seen journalists being trolled, threatened, and silenced. So how do we navigate this? That's why we are here.
As 2025 draws to a close, journalism in Kenya stands at a defining crossroad. Vibrant and creative, yet facing unprecedented challenges.
That was aimed directly at me.
Political pressure, dwindling revenues, and the relentless wave of digital disruption have redefined how news is gathered, verified, and consumed. The struggle to remain free, fair, and financially sustainable has never been more urgent.
The issue of shrinking revenue is not going to end soon. So we must brace ourselves and look at new ways on how we can sustain media houses. And KEG has been exploring different models, but the main model that KEG has been trying to push for is to have the government set up a media sustainability fund.
There's a real want in terms of equipment by journalists at the state broadcaster. So this is an area which the guild might not be able to really meet, but it's an area that the government would then meet by resourcing the public broadcaster.
The media landscape in Africa is losing up to 30% of its revenue to digital platforms.
Most media houses are pursuing other ways of kind of widening their revenue streams. And this they are doing through things like sponsored content, things like diversification of what their core business is.
Then comes the new disruptor, artificial intelligence, promising efficiency and innovation, but also blurring the line between truth and manipulation.
When AI came into being, most of us saw it as a threat. We thought AI had come to take up our jobs. We thought AI has come to replace us as journalists, but through collaboration, it has been an eye-opener for us.
From where I sit, technology has really disrupted how we do our journalism, in the sense that we are no longer what we used to call the gatekeepers. Right now, the audiences are part of what we do in every day. They actually even dictate some of the stories that we do.
So we are seeing traditional journalism doing more of the why, explaining, and even debunking some of the information that is flowing around the spaces that people consume news. So there's the issue of efficiency. It's made the turnaround of news faster, quality better, reach wider.
let's just do proper journalism at first, so that the story that you are investing in, it is properly sourced, it is credible.
As Kenya Editors Guild, that's where we come in, through training, through mentorship, and just having journalists report, taking into consideration ethical values, yes. So it's good to embrace technology, but at the same time, remember that you use technology responsibly.
Through the exchange programs with CGTN, we were able to go to China twice. We toured different media houses, and we were able to learn how they're using AI for storytelling. So that for us was a landmark, a milestone.
Through all these transitions, the Kenya Editors Guild has remained a steadfast defender of press freedom, training editors, supporting journalists, and championing ethical, independent reporting.
It was on the 16th July 2024 when my journalistic career changed for the worst.
Behind every headline is a human story, and Kenya Editors Guild has stood shoulder to shoulder with journalists under threat, offering legal aid, solidarity, and hope across borders.
We were on top of the vehicle where we were filming from. We were hurt. I'm actually wearing the specs because my eye was affected.
Indeed, it's been a really, really tough time, particularly during political events. You know, we've seen journalists being threatened, you know, journalists being arrested, and journalists being silenced, both offline and online, both by political actors and non-political actors. But what has made it easy for us is that as Kenya Editors Guild and Kenya Media Sector Working Group, we have one resolve: to protect and advocate for safety, security, and welfare of journalists.
The 3 bullets were removed from my body. The traumas, I still live with them. And my justice, still not served.
We've been open to engagements. We've engaged different quarters, including the Office of DPP, IPOA, police. We've had conversations with them and even trained senior police officers on how to manage or how to engage media in Kenya. We've signed an MOU with the Law Society of Kenya, all in line with the safety that we would want and protection.
I will start by asking you to introduce yourself as fully as possible. Tell us whatever you want.
In 2025, Kenya Editors Guild set new benchmarks in leadership, hosting an issue-driven presidential debate and transparent elections that strengthened unity and accountability within the Guild.
One of our current projects is with the Gates Foundation on Thought Leadership series. It's about health. It's on the pillar of health. We are also planning to launch the biotechnology handbook during the annual convention in Kilifi. So those are various partners that we work with just to build the capacity of journalists, make journalists report factually, accurately, and from an informed point of view.
As Kenya steps into 2026, Kenya Editors Guild's mission is clear: to nurture resilience, drive innovation, and defend press freedom in an ever-evolving digital era.
As Kenya Editors Guild, our resolve remains to advocate for press freedom, welfare, safety, and security of journalists. But remember, it's not just work and no play. We're also here to network and unwind. Tukutane kwenye gala.
My name is Rosemary Okello Lale. Currently, I'm the director of the Africa Media Hub at the Strathmore University.